Chapter 2752. The divine sense restriction could only be broken after reaching the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful offensive restriction within the restriction. Just as Hanju had said, Xiaohua had to wait until he reached the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, preferably the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, before he could explore the reason for the small golden Buddha. If Xiaohua had rashly used his divine sense to check it back then, his divine sense would have been damaged first. As for the golden Buddha, after Xiaohua had comprehended it during this period of time, he found that it was actually an extremely simple Buddhist magical power. This magical power was similar to the Taoist sect's thousand-mile sound transmission, but it used the unique mind power of the Buddhist sect. After Xiaohua comprehended this Buddhist magical power, he had more expectations for the mysterious Buddhist sect. After all, a cultivation path that could compete with the Taoist sect would have all kinds of strange and brilliant magical powers, right? After Xiaohua sent out this sound transmission, he returned to his normal appearance and waited in the distance. During this period, although many divine senses swept over and some patrolling disciples passed by, how could they find Xiaohua's trace when he was deliberately hiding? After half a day, seeing that it was already late and Hanju had not appeared, Xiaohua was a little surprised and thought, could it be that Hanju is not in Sky Patrol City? If he left Sky Patrol City temporarily, it would be easy, but if he did not come to Sky Patrol City at all, then it would be terrible. I still have to go to Lian Country. Damn it, could it be that Heavenly Demon sex information is wrong? Xiaohua was slightly impatient. If it was his own matter, he might not be like this, but it involved Jiang Luer and Xiao Xianrui. In just half a day, he had lost his sense of propriety. Fortunately, after waiting for another hour, the sky was already completely dark. Only then did a Buddha's consciousness sweep over from afar. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed and hurriedly flew up from the ground to greet him. When Xiaohua saw Hanju flying over, his head full of white hair and the golden crown on his head could be seen clearly in the night, he was not only happy in his heart, but also smiled and bowed. Junior Xiaohua greets Marshal Uncle Hanju. Brat, you almost ruined my plan. Who would have thought that Xiaohua's respect would be reprimanded by Hanju's cold face? Hanju's thick eyebrows were slightly raised, and the coldness on his face was even colder than the ice lake in the Gale snowfield. Xiaohua was shocked and looked at Hanju in panic. Come with me. Hanju released his Buddhist awareness, looked around, and flew in a certain direction. Xiaohua didn't dare to reveal his Buddhist consciousness in front of Hanju. He only followed closely behind Hanju, appearing very careful. Frost Bamboo had clearly used his Buddhist perception to search for gaps in the disciples on duty. He flew in an erratic direction, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. After flying for more than an hour, he soared into the sky and flew towards the east. Seeing that Frost Bamboo didn't care about him, Xiaohua was somewhat astonished. When he saw that Frost Bamboo was actually flying extremely fast, far faster than a Foundation establishment cultivator could catch up to, Xiaohua knew that Frost Bamboo was angry. But when he thought about it, he didn't seem to have done anything wrong. This is bad. Thinking of his mistake, Xiaohua suddenly understood. A wry smile appeared on his face, and he only used ordinary flying techniques to fly in the direction that Hanju disappeared. Here, Xiaohua flew for more than 100 miles when Hanju's cold voice sounded in his ears. Yes, Xiaohua knew that he was wrong, but he didn't dare to say more. He flew in the direction of the voice again. During this time, Hanju actually changed direction many times. After circling around for about an hour, he finally stopped at a depression in the mountain peak. Just as Xiaohua landed on the ground, Hanju stretched out his hand and waved the golden embroidered formation flag. A brilliance flashed from the left, blocking the two figures. Only the whistling, cold wind blew from the depression in the mountain. Senior, Xiaohua very respectfully bowed in greeting. Chill. Unfortunately, Hanju's face was cold again, indicating for Xiaohua to be quiet. He sat down cross-legged, ignoring Xiaohua. Xiaohua sighed and also sat across from Hanju. After another hour, Hanju opened his eyes and coldly said, Xiaohua, you almost killed me. Do you know? Yes, this junior already communicated with you on the way here. Xiaohua hastily stood up and respectfully said. This matter was indeed his fault. He could not admit it. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you're a person of merit in the Great War of Dao Sword. Don't think that you are a famous cultivator in the cultivation world now that you can be so careless, so carefree, and so careless. Hanju coldly said, in the eyes of us Golden Core cultivators, your merit is nothing but a joke. Although you killed Qin Jian, that was Li Zhongbao's greatest merit. Although you already have a reputation, you are still behind Li Zhongbao. Moreover, you have a Buddhist cultivation technique. If you are so ostentatious, it will be very easy for the Dao sect cultivators to discover you. Once you are discovered, you will definitely die. And if your cultivation is exposed, this old man will also be implicated by you. This junior was wrong. This junior won't dare to do it again. Xiaohua knew that Hanju was right. Hanju was also worried about his safety. If there was a problem with him, he would indeed implicate Hanju. This old man has already told you. Hanju lectured Xiaohua again. This Buddhist cultivation technique cannot be detected by those below the Golden Core stage. However, for nascent soul cultivators, their nascent souls are already able to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and merge with it. As long as there are any strange movements nearby, they will be able to detect it. I have repeatedly warned you not to use Buddhist awareness in front of nascent soul cultivators. You are really good. Now, there are no less than 20 nascent soul cultivators in Sky Patrol City. You actually used mind reading outside Sky Patrol City. Damn it, this old man was beside my Kunlun sex Sha Kongzi at that time. Your Buddhist cultivation technique immediately attracted his attention. Do you know? Sha Kongzi is a nascent soul cultivator who kills people like flies. If he discovered that this old man is a Buddhist cultivator, would this old man still be alive? Yes, this junior. My thoughts were not good. I was really muddle-headed at that time. What else could Xiaohua say? He could only reply apologetically. Now that you are already a meritorious figure in the Great Dao Cultivator War, it is not impossible for you to openly come to my Kunlun sect to visit Hanju said somewhat resentfully. Even if you send a communication talisman, it is still good. There is no reason for you to mysteriously hide outside Sky Patrol City and send this old man some mind reading. This junior was wrong. Xiaohua could not explain anything and could only lower his head to listen to Hanju's reprimand. Hanju scolded for a moment before his anger subsided. At that time, it was indeed very dangerous. Hanju also felt a lingering fear when he thought about it now. He delayed leaving the city for half a day and was so cautious when he saw Xiaohua. But your cultivation has really exceeded this old man's expectations. Hanju sighed and looked at Xiaohua. Not only have your cultivation reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, you can even use mind reading. You have indeed worked hard all these years. You are indeed worthy of being the first Buddhist cultivator that this old man has seen in 100 years. Compared to you, the others are far inferior. The others? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he did not ask further. Release your Buddhist consciousness and let this old man have a look. Hanju said impolitely. Yes, Xiaohua endured for a moment and released his Buddhist consciousness. Hanju also released his Buddhist consciousness and said with some surprise, Why is your Buddhist consciousness becoming more and more indifferent? This old man thought that your Buddhist consciousness would have some progress. This junior actually did not cultivate much. Xiaohua said with a smile. Even the great strength Vajradharma body. This junior did not cultivate it. And this old man naturally knows that the great strength Vajradharma body is not something that can be cultivated overnight. It requires great perseverance and great patience to succeed. Hanju waved his hand and said, But your Buddhist consciousness, Sai. This old man was originally a little surprised. It seems, Obviously, Hanju was a little disappointed. He stretched out his hand and said, "Where is your Buddhist cultivation technique? Let this old man have a look." If it was the first time they met, Hanju would have taken out Xiao Hua's Buddhist sect cultivation method. Xiao Hua really wouldn't have dared to take it. But at this time, he generously clapped his hands and took out the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra and handed it to Hanju. Hanju released his Buddhist consciousness and only took a rough look before returning it to Xiao Hua. He said with some disdain, "The level of this Heart Sutra is too low. I am afraid you will have to change it. But this old man is not prepared enough. Actually, this junior came here to find senior because there is another matter that I need to ask senior." Xiao Hua knew that Hanju was thinking about going to the Buddhist ruins again, so he hurriedly said, "The Heart Sutra." "Oh, what is it?" "This old man thought you wanted to go to the Buddhist ruins," Hanju said curiously. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took out a spirit storage bag. This action made Hanju very surprised. However, when Xiao Hua actually took out Jiang Luer from the spirit storage bag, Hanju's eyes widened. His broom-like eyes trembled violently, and he almost laughed out loud. But when he saw Jiang Luer's situation clearly, an extreme shock appeared in his eyes. But then, he narrowed his eyes and suppressed the shock. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "This little guy is your blood relative? He also practiced your Heart Sutra? I will let senior know." Xiao Hua saw Hanju's shock and was overjoyed. He knew that Hanju was indeed an expert of the Buddhist sect and knew about Jiang Luer's situation. He hurriedly said, "Although he is not my blood relative, he is still someone very close to me. Because he is already old, this junior let him come in contact with my Buddhist sect's Heart Sutra." Hanju nodded slightly and asked, "How long did he practice before he entered the heart-extinguishing realm?" "Heart-extinguishing realm?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. His mind spun quickly, looking for this realm in the exquisite Leaf Sutra. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua seemed to have never heard of this realm. He only practiced for a few months. Xiao Hua hesitated and said carelessly. Chapter 2753. What? Only a few months? Hanju almost cried out in surprise. He didn't have the bearing of a golden core cultivator, and there was even a hint of jealousy in his eyes. "Yes, that's right," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This child has entered this heart-extinguishing realm without fasting. I'm afraid something will happen to him. I can't wake him up, so I hope senior can be merciful and wake him up. His mother is very worried." "Ha ha ha," Hanju laughed and pointed at Jiang Luer, saying, "There's a saying in the secular world, you don't know how lucky you are. This heart-extinguishing realm, I have been begging for hundreds of years, but I couldn't get it. This child has just started practicing the Heart Sutra, and he can enter such a difficult realm. That's simply an unparalleled fortune. You actually want to wake him up? You're simply harming this child. But he's already so thin, his vitality is drifting. If we don't wake him up, wouldn't we be harming him?" Xiao Hua said happily. "Sai, the so-called heart annihilation stage is similar to my Tao sect's void stage. All thoughts, auras, and even life will be annihilated. Only in this annihilation can one find one's true self. Moreover, the longer one stays in the heart-extinguishing realm, the more beneficial it is to Buddhism's cultivation. In fact, he might even be able to cultivate to the legendary realm of the Buddhist sect's Supreme Buddha. Tell me, do you still want to wake him up?" Hanju sighed. If that's the case, I naturally won't wake him up." Xiao Hua laughed, but then he frowned, saying, "But he hasn't fasted yet. If it's too long, will it work?" Xiao Hua, you're confused because you're too concerned." Hanju laughed. "How could you forget? How can there be anything in this world that's only beneficial and not harmful?" Although the Unsullied Realm was extremely crucial to cultivators, but how could ordinary cultivators enter the Unsullied Realm as they wished? If one doesn't have enough Tao foundation, as long as one enters it, he won't be able to come out, right? Yes, these disciples all know." Xiao Hua was anxious when he heard this, This child has been in the heart-extinguishing realm for long enough. Senior, please be merciful and wake him up. Although it will cause some harm to him, it can at least preserve his life, right? What a pity, Hanju said regretfully. I only know that the Buddhist sect has a method to awaken him, but I don't know what method it is. Senior, you don't know? Who else in this world would know about it? Xiaohua said anxiously. Alas, I'm afraid that the solution can only be found in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Hanju sighed and shook his head. Senior, shall we head to the Buddhist sect's ruins now? Xiaohua didn't want to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins, but he could only suggest this at this moment. Hanju sneered and said, Nonsense. I've just arrived in Sky Patrol City and haven't fought against a sword cultivator yet. How can I head to the Buddhist sect's ruins? Besides, do you think it's easy to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins? If we don't make sufficient preparations, not only will we not be able to find the mental cultivation method to awaken him, but we will also be trapped inside and consigned to eternal damnation. This, alas, Xiaohua sighed. He knew that Hanju was telling the truth. He could come and go freely in the Great War of Dao Sword because of Li Zhongbao's special permission from the conference hall. It could also be said that it was necessary for the war. Now that Hanju had just arrived in Sky Patrol City and was waiting in front of Sha Kongzi, a nascent soul master, how could he leave just like that? When will you be free, Senior? Xiaohua said helplessly. What are you asking? How would I know? It's not like you haven't participated in a war before. Hanju said faintly. Then he clapped his hand and took out a message talisman and handed it to Xiaohua. This is my message talisman. You can send me a message when you enter Sky Patrol City. Where's your message talisman? If I'm free, I'll naturally send you a message. Yes, I understand. Xiaohua lowered his head and took Hanju's message talisman. He also gave his own to Hanju. It's just that, when Hanju accepted Xiaohua's message talisman, he looked at Zhang Luer with great regret and said, If there are no accidents, when I'm free, it should be the end of the Great War of Dao Sword. You better take good care of him and don't let him be in danger. Alas, I'll do my best. Xiaohua could only sigh as he watched Hanju put away the Dharma array. Hanju did not even look at Xiaohua as he flew away. That direction was not the direction of Sky Patrol City. Clearly, Hanju was still afraid that others would see through his tracks. Thinking of the helplessness in his heart when he watched Hanju fly away that day, Xiaohua blamed himself again. Damn it, why did I give Zhang Luer the Buddhist Heart Sutra that day? Of course, he is capable of practicing, but to stumble into such a state of great fortune. But just as this thought came to his mind, Xiaohua was suddenly stunned, and his heart suddenly became clear. I practiced the hand of cause and effect for many years. Why haven't I realized it yet? Since Zhang Luer can't practice Taoism, he naturally has to find other ways to practice. I have the Heart Sutra of Prajnaparamita, which was sent to him by the heavens through me, and he has just practiced this Heart Sutra and immediately entered the heart-extinguishing state, which is hard to find in a lifetime. Such a great opportunity. Doesn't it indicate that Zhang Luer really has the hope of becoming a Buddha in the future? Moreover, didn't Hanju say that? As long as Zhang Luer's vitality is maintained, he will be fine. Since the heavens let Zhang Luer enter the heart-extinguishing state, they will naturally let him out of it. What's the use of worrying here? And didn't the heavens plant the karma for Zhang Luer decades ago and want me to enter the Buddhist sect ruins decades later today? Presumably, there must be a way to solve the problem of Zhang Luer's heart-extinguishing state in the Buddhist sect ruins. Darling Xiao, what are you laughing at? Fairy Hong Xia thought that her request made Xiaohua feel awkward, so she had been paying attention to Xiaohua's expression. Seeing Xiaohua smile, she was happy and asked in a low voice, to be able to accompany you all on a trip to the Hung country. This Xiao is extremely happy. Xiaohua naturally would not explain the reason for this matter clearly to Fairy Hong Xia and replied with a smile. You are the heavens' favored ones. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and smiled. Master Wu's name is now second to none in the Sky Patrol City. Tisk, Wu Ming is Wu Ming. How can there be such a person? Xiao Hua laughed. On the contrary, Fairy Hongxia's reputation was previously only in Shi country. Now, not to mention Lian country and Meng country. Even the sword cultivators in Huan country have heard of you. Hee, isn't it all thanks to darling Xiao? Fairy Hongxia reached out and held Xiao Hua's arm. If not for darling Zhao's innate primordial water, I would have died in the sword tomb. Impossible, Xiao Hua sneered. If any sword cultivator dares to hurt you, I, Xiao Hua, will kill my way to the sword cultivator's sect and annihilate their entire sect. Fairy Hongxia was very happy. However, looking at Li Zhongbao's lonely back in front, she whispered, I didn't expect that the time that sister went out was not long, and the time that she spent with senior brotherly was also not long. Why is senior brotherly so deeply in love? Sigh, not only was it not long, it was almost very short. Xiao Hua was with Kai Zhuoxia during that period of time, so he naturally understood the reason. He sighed and said, what is love in the world? It is called a life and death commitment. After saying that, Xiao Hua transmitted a few more words. Fairy Hongxia blushed and whispered, although I did not meet you much, and your cultivation at that time was very low, but the things that sister entrusted you with those precious spirit stones, and that 99th piece of good fate token. To you, every one of them was an opportunity. Any one of them could change your life. However, you did not hesitate to give them to me. That kind of spirit, that kind of determination, really opened my heart in an instant. At that time, I was still regretting. Who asked sister to meet you first? Since you're not the person in sister's heart, then, I will definitely capture you in my hands. Not only in your hands, right? Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia with a lecherous gaze. Fairy Hongxia pinched Xiao Hua's arm slightly, but her eyes were looking forward. Oh, Fairy Hongxia was a little surprised and whispered, Xiao Hua, look at Xiao Mao. Ever since you sent a message to me outside the city, I have never seen his smiling face. Now that his face is getting darker, you should ask him. Xiao Hua had something on his mind, so of course, he did not notice Xiao Mao's abnormality. Now that the knot in his heart was gone, he heard Fairy Hongxia's words and looked over. Indeed, he saw something wrong with Xiao Mao. He nodded and said, and since this child recognizes me as his big brother, then I have no choice but to take care of his matters. He is our brother. You should also take care of him. And I naturally know this. During the Battle of the Sword Catacomb, I have already taken care of him. Fairy Hongxia nodded and replied. Then Xiao Hua flew over. Seeing Xiao Hua coming over, Xiao Mao forced a smile and said, Big brother, and since you're calling me big brother, then let me ask you, did something happen again? Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face showed a serious expression as he asked, This? Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just that I am in a bad mood and attracted big brother's attention. Forget it. If you're going to hide things like this, why do you still need to call this Xiao big brother? Xiao Hua said unhappily. Sigh, big brother, if it was something else, why would I be so courteous with you? Xiao Mao sighed and said, On the battlefield, the spiritual stones, skills, weapons, and merits were all given by big brother, right? When did little brother ever say a word of thanks? Then why are you here today? Xiao Hua asked him politely, treating Xiao Mao as his brother. Xiao Mao pursed his lips, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He nodded fiercely and said, To be honest, big brother, I met my enemy again in Sky Patrol City. Chapter 2754. Oh, your enemy? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He looked at Fairy Hongxia and then at Li Zhongbao. Knowing Xiao Mao's concerns, he nodded and said, In that case, it's fine if you don't say it. If you feel that I have the ability to help you, you can say it. It's better for you to say it now. Li Zhongbao said faintly, Now that your state of mind has changed again, if you don't say it, I'm afraid it won't be beneficial to your future cultivation. Although I can't help you in any way, I definitely won't hinder you in any way. This, Xiao Mao was still hesitant. After all, The relationships between the various sects in the Xiaoyu continent were intricate and complicated. This kind of blood feud was the most important thing. If it was leaked, it would be a fatal disaster. Xiao Mao didn't even dare to tell Xiao Hua. How would he dare to tell Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia? Actually, in this world, there are still a few trusted friends. If even this trust can't exist in this world, this path of cultivation will become narrower and narrower, and lonelier the more you walk. Xiao Hua understood Xiao Mao's concerns. Naturally, he also knew that Xiao Mao had kept this secret since young, and the burden in his heart was extremely heavy. Xiao Hua himself also had many secrets that he couldn't tell others, so he was also very tired. Even Xiao Hua himself had a blood feud. His responsibility was probably not lighter than Xiao Mao's. He still had Zhongqing Xiao and Xiao Xianruwei to confide in, but Xiao Mao could only keep it in his heart. Xiao Hua could understand his bitterness. However, Li Zongbao cultivated the parting feelings treasure mirror and was extremely sensitive to Xiao Mao's emotional fluctuations. Since he said there was a problem, then Xiao Mao really had some problems. Xiao Hua didn't want to see Xiao Mao walk down the wrong path, so he could only say so. Xiao Hua is right. The cultivation path is long, and there are enemies, opponents, and also close friends. You have to treat them differently. Li Zongbao still said slowly, "You don't have to mention names. Left and Right Sky Patrol City are all nascent soul cultivators. Even if you don't say it, I know it's nascent soul." Sigh. Thank you, Senior Brother Li, for your reminder. Xiao Mao sighed. The blood feud has always been a thorn in my heart. Back then, when I entered Xuanyan school, I treated this blood feud as the most important thing in my cultivation. It was also the motivation for my cultivation. But in the past, your little brother's aptitude was lacking, and I always failed. Every time I think about this matter, my heart feels like it's being twisted by a knife, and I secretly hate myself for not being able to avenge my mother. With hatred as your goal, you won't go far in your cultivation. You might not even be able to take revenge in the end. Li Zongbao said, "Only by seeing the great Tao as your goal can you trample on hatred." Yes, Senior Brother Li is right. Fairy Hong Xiao whispered, "As long as you put down your hatred and cultivate in peace, you'll be able to reach the realm of revenge." Yes, Senior Brother Li, I understand. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. But if you really want me to do it, it really won't be easy for me. Xiao Mao, which cultivation family are you from? Li Zongbao frowned and said, "I don't remember any aristocratic family with the surname Xiao in the state of Xi. It seems that the state of Lian only has the Xiao family of the Dark King Valley. But that Xiao family is very small and very far away from the state of Xi. I'm not a disciple of a cultivation family." Xiao Mao shook his head and said, "Ever since I can remember, I've been living with my mother in a place in the state of Xi. It was an extremely quiet valley. My mother, and I think there was also my father. It was just the three of us. My father farmed in the fertile land of the valley, while my mother repaired clothes and taught me how to read and read." As he said that, Xiao Mao's eyes were filled with warmth. He raised his eyes to look at the distant morning sun and whispered, "This situation often appeared in my dreams in the past. But with the passage of time, this situation actually became blurry. Other than my mother's appearance, I still have some impression. As for my father's appearance, I can't even remember clearly." Xiao Hua and the rest didn't dare to disturb Xiao Mao's rare situation and silently flew by his side. "I remember that my father or my mother had a good friend, but I've never seen him before. Every time he came, when I was about to fall asleep, I felt like I was in a dream, but also like I was in a straw hut. His voice was a little strange, different from ordinary people. Other than him, the place where I lived, there was no fifth person. I always thought that there were only 4 people in this world. Everything in the book was just in the book, not in this world. However, when I saw the 5th person, although it was a rainy autumn day, although I was still drowsy at that time, but his appearance, I remember it clearly. And when he killed my father and mother, and when I saw blood red, my mother even whispered his name in my ear." Fairy Hong Xia was slightly stunned, and looked at Xiao Mao strangely. She asked in astonishment, "Xiao Mao, how old were you at that time?" "Hee, senior sister." Xiao Mao laughed, his eyes filled with desolation. "I know what you want to say. There's something strange about this matter. I still don't understand, and haven't been able to figure it out." "Indeed," Li Zongbao nodded. "When you entered Xuanyin cult, you were only 4 or 5 years old. You were only 3 years old in front of your father and mother. The memory of that time is already a little blurry. You can't even remember your father's appearance, and your mother, who is closest to you, is also getting increasingly blurry. Since your enemy could kill your father and mother, he can also kill you. How did you manage to live peacefully until now? In my memory, there are only a few scattered impressions. When my father and mother died, my eyes were all blood red, but that bastard's appearance was deeply imprinted in my mind. It seems like you bastard also attacked me, but I still remember that bastard was terrified and had a strange expression on his face. After that, I don't remember anything else." "Then how did you enter Xuanyin cult?" Xiao Hua frowned and asked. "When I woke up, I was already in the arms of a senior brother in Xuanyin cult." Xiao Mao laughed bitterly. "He brought me to Golden Goose Ridge, and I was lucky enough to pass the entrance test, which was how I entered Xuanyin cult. However, this senior brother was already old. When I was 6 years old, he had already passed away." This senior brother, you didn't ask him how he met you?" Fairy Hong Xia frowned. "After I entered Xuanyin cult, it was this senior brother who took care of my daily life, so I naturally asked him." Xiao Mao's face showed his recollection. However, he only said that he saw me unconscious by the roadside, and that my foundation was extremely good. At that time, it was also the time when Xuanyin cult was recruiting disciples, so he casually brought me into Xuanyin cult. This person he didn't even ask if I was someone else's lost child. Fairy Hong Xia didn't understand. Senior brother had good intentions. Xiao Mao shook his head. Senior brother said that when he saw me, it was in an extremely desolate place. There was no sign of human habitation at all. Where was that? I'm afraid it was very close to the valley where you lived. Xiao Hua asked. Senior brother said it before, but I was still young at that time, so I don't remember it clearly. Xiao Mao said regretfully. Xiao Hua heard and didn't pursue the matter further. This was Xiao Mao's privacy, and now that he had said so much, it was already good enough. If it was as you said, and your enemy was a nascent soul cultivator, then your parents are not ordinary people, Li Zongbao said lightly. Furthermore, that good friend of your parents must also be an extremely powerful expert. From what I saw, he must have rushed to the valley when that bastard attacked your parents. Although he didn't manage to save your parents, he still managed to save you. The fear he had then must have been the fear of seeing that person. That should be the case. Xiao Mao nodded. I was too young at that time, so I can't remember it clearly. I still have some doubts. Fairy Hong Xia frowned. If it was as Senior Brotherly said, then Xiao Mao's parents should at least be golden core cultivators. Even if they hid from the world for reasons unknown to us, they should have used some methods to refine Xiao Mao's body after he was born. Otherwise, his cultivation wouldn't be so low. That's true, Li Zongbao muttered. Regardless of whether it was a cultivation family or a cultivation sect, they all emphasized on inheritance. Every family and sect had some secret techniques, which were used by the sect's disciples when they were young. These secret techniques could not only ensure that these disciples could cultivate extremely quickly, but also ensure that they could go further on the path of cultivation. As for Xiao Mao's parents, they only taught and knew how to read. That was really unique. Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua suddenly froze and looked at Xiao Mao in shock, thinking, could it be that this Xiao Mao is the same as the Zhu family in Jingwa City? Or even a descendant of Confucian cultivators like Yu Zhongquan? After their parents went into hiding, they were discovered by someone and were then killed? But looking at Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua wasn't afraid that they would know about Confucian cultivators. But he still said carefully, Maybe Xiao Mao's parents didn't want Xiao Mao to cultivate and only wanted him to live a peaceful life. I don't agree with that. Fairy Hong Xia immediately objected. Which family's parents don't want their boy to live a long life? If he cultivated, he could even live a long life. How could he only know how to read and read? Actually, it wasn't just the ordinary kind of reading and reading. Xiao Mao said hesitantly, My mother also taught me some words from my hometown. Oh, your family isn't from Xi? Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. Of course not. Hearing Xiao Mao's words, Xiao Hua was even more certain that Xiao Mao's parents were Confucian cultivators. The inscription on the armor was completely different from the words used by cultivators. If they were from Xi, they would have gone to Meng or Lin or even Huan to avoid their enemies. Chapter 2755. That's not necessarily true. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. Fairy Hong Xia insisted. Xiao Hua shrugged, knowing that he could not reason with the female cultivator, so he did not say anything more. Sigh. Time is really a spiritual pill that makes people forget. After saying so much, Xiao Mao felt a little better. He took out a warm jade pendant from around his neck and rubbed it lovingly. I remember that this jade pendant was worn on my mother's neck. I liked to touch it when I was young. However, before I went to Jingwa City to train, I had never seen it. I thought that it had disappeared and I would never see it again. I did not expect to see it at Jingwa City's E.G. Of course, if not for this jade pendant, I would not have known you. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua. What kind of story is this? Fairy Hong Xia raised her eyebrows and smiled. I have never asked, how did my dear Xiao get to know junior brother Xiao? It's actually very simple. However, it was all caused by a scam. Xiao Hua did not hide anything and gave a brief account of what had happened in Jingwa City. Fairy Hong Xia's eyes lit up as she listened, and she reached out to hold Xiao Hua's hand. Although she did not say anything, the feelings in her heart were unmistakable. Sigh, no wonder Zhu Xiao likes you so much. Li Zongbao sighed. I was also with her in Jingwa City that day. If I had encountered such a thing, I'm afraid I would not have done anything. If it was senior brother Li, you would have already beaten that cultivator to a pulp. Xiao Mao laughed. Impossible, Li Zongbao said mercilessly. You are a disciple of Xuanyan school, and Zhu Qingyuan was also beside you that day. If he did not care, I naturally would not care either. That's why I am Xiao Mao's big brother. You are not. Xiao Hua said proudly. What about that scoundrel cultivator? Li Zongbao ignored Xiao Hua and said indifferently, Since he has your mother's jade pendant, he must know something. You have not gone to find that guy. I'm just a foundation establishment disciple, and I was only a Qi refinement before. How could I go to Jingwa City freely? Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Furthermore, I've failed the trial in Jingwa City. The sect will not allow me to go there again. Forget it. The past is the past. What's important is the future. Fairy Hong Xia comforted. If you were to live in the past, your mother and father would not be willing. Thank you, senior sister. Xiao Mao's mood had indeed improved as he bowed and said, You're welcome. You're welcome. We'll be a family in the future. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Tisk, Fairy Hong Xia smiled faintly and spat lightly. Xiao Mao looked around and revealed a smile. He looked into the distance and said, Senior sister, we have already passed the battlefield of the Sword Mount. Is this the right direction? When Fairy Hong Xia heard this, she stopped blushing. She clapped her hands and took out an ancient jade pendant. She looked at it with her divine thought for a moment and said hesitantly, What is recorded in this jade slip is the previous route of the Sword Tomb. Now that the Sword Tomb has disappeared, I can't make up my mind. Let's go. Anyway, there are no longer any magic arrays or sword arrays in the Sword Catacomb. There are only a few spatial cracks. We just need to be careful, and we should be fine. Seeing Fairy Hong Xia looking at him, Xiao Hua hurriedly shrunk his neck and suggested, Yes, junior brother Xiao is right. The Sword Tomb has disappeared, so the obstacle in the path of swordsmanship is also gone. The secret passage in the Sword Tomb is naturally useless. However, it is the sword tomb that has disappeared. The Hung country still exists. We just need to pass through the sword tomb and reach the Hung country first, Li Zongbao said calmly as he led the way. Although he said that, everyone felt that passing through the sword tomb was not a difficult task. However, after flying for another hour, Xiao Hua's expression changed. He whispered, "Senior Brother Li, there are sword cultivator patrolling disciples ahead. Should we fight or hide?" "Hide, of course," Li Zongbao said without hesitation. "This is the sword cultivator's territory. Our goal is to pass through the Hung country, not to fight to the death with them." "Yes, little brother understands. It's better for little brother to lead the way," Xiao Hua said as his figure flew up and flew toward the sky. Fairy Hongxia and the rest looked helpless. It seemed that the disappearance of the sword tomb was not a good thing. Instead, it made it difficult for them to pass through. If the sword tomb had been there before, with the jade slip passed down by Fairy Hongxia's ancestors and the secret passage, even if they met sword cultivators within a few miles, they would not be discovered. Now, with a sweep of the sword cultivator's spiritual force, Xiao Hua and the rest not only had to avoid the spatial cracks, they also had to avoid the sword cultivator's spiritual force patrol. The most helpless thing was that because of the disappearance of the sword tomb, the sword cultivators, who had never set up defenses in the sword tomb, had now sent out many disciples to guard the passage to the sword tomb, preventing the Dao sect cultivators from killing their way into the Hung country. After flying for half a day, their direction was messed up. Xiao Hua was like a headless fly flying around. Fortunately, there was still Li Zongbao and the rest. Although they had been taking a roundabout route, they were still advancing towards the Hung country. "Sai, didn't the Kai family move from the Million Meng Mountains to the Shi country long ago? This sword tomb might not have existed at that time. Your Kai family's ancestral jade slip should have a route from a long time ago." Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia's expression and muttered softly, "Humph, my Kai family naturally has the route from the past. But that was in the Qing Yang Kai family. The route in the jade slip was obtained by Master with great difficulty. How could it be so well prepared?" Fairy Hongxia's face turned cold as she said, "Besides, who would have known that the boring Nameless would actually sweep the sword tomb clean? If you want to blame someone, blame that Nameless." That's right. This Uncle Nameless is really boring." Xiao Hua laughed. Why didn't he think of such a thing? "Bah!" Fairy Hongxia spat lightly. Just as she was about to retort, suddenly 3 soaring sword intents swept across the sky from afar, instantly attracting everyone's attention, especially Xiao Hua. The sword energy in his body was somewhat out of control. The Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter were rapidly vibrating, wanting to let out a sword cry. Xiao Hua was shocked. He knew that the sword intents in the distance were 3 swordsmen who had transformed into swords. He hurriedly used the secret technique of concealing the sword energy and tried his best to calm the 2 flying swords. Luckily, Li Zongbao and the rest were attracted by the sword intents and did not notice the changes in Xiao Hua's sword energy. Damn it, this sword cultivator's sword energy is too sensitive. Xiao Hua was very helpless. Why is it that every time I encounter sword intents, the sword energy would be attracted by them? If I could control the sword energy like true energy and send into the Dantian, wouldn't it be much safer? Why not? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly flashed with an unimaginable thought. This sword energy is flowing in the body, and it seems to be near the middle Dantian. If I could store the sword energy in the middle Dantian, wouldn't it not be so complicated? The middle Dantian. It's a pity that this young master's middle Dantian is sealed. It's impossible to even try. No, Xiao Hua thought again. In this young master's impression, the middle Dantian has a qi refining cultivation method. But which cultivation method is it? Yes, there are some records on the inscriptions on the tortoise shell. It's a pity that the cultivation method of that Confucian cultivator has been incomplete for a long time. Although this young master has looked at it for a long time, I only know the outline. The cultivation method that Yu Zhongqiuan left for Huang, it can be cultivated and even has a shortcut. But without the middle dantian, everything is useless. While Xiao Hua's imagination was running wild, the three sword intents that had transformed into swords had already streaked across the sky above Xiao Hua and the rest's heads. Xiao Hua and the rest did not dare to delay. They hurriedly stopped in midair and quietly waited for the three swordsmen to pass. Moreover, the four of them were extremely nervous. After all, the swordsmen had already joined the battle. Moreover, the four of them had entered the Hung country through the sword tomb. They did not know how many of these swordsmen would meddle in other people's business. It seems that there are not only three swordsmen. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across and saw that among the three swordsmen, there were two rays of light, one gold and one green. He could not help but be stunned. Moreover, the two rays of light were flying in the middle, and the three swordsmen surrounded them. It was as if they were protecting them. The three divine intents closely followed the sword intents and swept across. Upon discovering them, Xiao Hua and the rest were slightly stunned and firmly locked onto the four of them. This is bad. Xiao Hua secretly complained his heart. If he was here alone, he might have a way to escape. But Li Zongbao and the rest might not have a chance. Fairy Hong Xia and the rest's expressions changed as well. Their faces were even a little pale. Although the three divine intents locked onto the four of them, when the 5 rays of light flew over their heads, one of the swordsmen landed beside Xiao Hua and the rest. When the ray of light retracted, they saw a well-built, sword-transformed elder within the ray of light. "Who are you? Why did you barge into my sword domain?" The sword-transformed elder berated. "Don't you know that we swordsmen can also attack now? If I wanted to take your lives, it would be as easy as flipping my hand." Senior is right. We Foundation Establishment disciples are far from being a match for a sword-transformed cultivator like you. Li Zongbao said indifferently, but the battle between the Dao and the Sword Dao is currently resting and has not officially begun. Moreover, we have already escaped from the great battle of Dao and Sword. We are just traveling around. Could it be that you, sword-transformed elder, want to take the lives of the Dao sect cultivators, regardless of whether they are Qi refinement or golden core cultivators? What a sharp-tongued child. The sword-transformed elder's face turned green, as if a faint green color was seeping out from under his skin. His eyes revealed a kind of astonishment. However, the sword-transformed elder's sword intents revolve around his body and even seemed to flow like a substance, enveloping Li Zongbao and the rest. In the end, he did not take any further action. Chapter 2756. You are a disciple of the Changbai sect. The sword-wielding old man shifted his gaze away from Li Zongbao's indifferent and unperturbed face, passing by Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Mao to land on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly bowed. "Senior, please know that I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, not the Changbai sect." "Oh, since you are not a disciple of the Changbai sect, why do you have a faint sword intent on you? Have you also practiced with flying swords?" The old man's expression didn't change at all as he asked this question in an indifferent tone. "Yes, I was an itinerant cultivator in the beginning. I once obtained an incomplete sword technique." Xiao Hua began to spout nonsense again. What I did not understand was the sword technique. I thought it was my Dao sect's flying sword, so I happily practiced it. "That's right, Senior, I have a question, this sword essence." Seeing Xiao Hua's thirst for knowledge, the old man's face revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, he waved his hand and said, "Shut up. Do you think I am a teacher of your Imperial Thunder sect? Even if I am a teacher of your Thunder Palace, if I am not your helpless teacher in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, who would answer your question? Say." Senior knows. Xiao Hua's face was filled with disbelief, almost as if he was shocked. "Yes. Do you think I am one of those golden core cultivators in your Dao sect's discussion hall who are not even comparable to Jurassic beasts?" The old man who transformed into a sword said coldly, "The 3 people who assassinated Qin Jian and the Huanhua sect disciple who broke the four-direction sword formation are all in front of me. If I still don't recognize them, wouldn't I be blind? Xiao Hua's face paled as he looked at the old man with some fear, as if he was afraid he would attack at any time. You have all contributed to the Dao Sword War. I really congratulate you. You have actually obtained the approval of your teacher to travel to the Sword Catacomb. I just don't know. Where are you going? The old man ignored their wariness and snorted coldly. This? Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hong Xia and company before turning his head and smiling apologetically. I'm not afraid that Senior will laugh at me for saying this. But in his heart, he admired the sword cultivator's unbending and persevering sword intent. As the saying goes, a place nurtures its own people. Junior thought, what kind of place is this Han country? How could such a valiant swordsman be born? Therefore, he invited a few fellow Taoists to travel to Hung country. Yes, back then, Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha also traveled to Meng Kingdom. This junior also saw them at the Taiching Sect's Feather Immortal Assembly. If it were any other day, you would have come to my sword domain. Perhaps the warriors of my sword domain would have welcomed you with great hospitality. But this is a time of war. Although this old man will not take action, the warriors of my sword region will not show mercy. The sword transformation swordsman said faintly. Moreover, if Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha had not met with danger in your Meng Kingdom and had not returned to the Huan Sword Sect, how could this Dao Sword War have been ignited? I hope you will not fall in sword domain like Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha. Oh, didn't Zhang Yutong return to the Huan Sword Sect long ago? Xiao Huan muttered in his heart, but naturally he would not say it out loud. Only he laughed and bowed. If Senior has the heart, you can bestow a sword token as a guide for this junior. Scram! The sword transformation swordsman did not know whether to laugh or cry. He really did not want to say anything more to Xiao Hua and the others. With a wave of his hand, a complete sword chi mixed with sword hair rushed toward Xiao Hua and the others. The four of them were shocked and hurriedly tried to dodge. However, in front of the sword chi, a feeling of a complete golden needle pouncing on their faces immediately restrained the four of them. The sword chi then stabbed in front of them. Li Zongbao and the others were shocked and naturally tried their best to break free. However, the invisible sword chi had already imprisoned their true essence, and they were unable to use even a trace of their magic power. They simply wanted to, but they were powerless. However, Xiao Hua was different. At this time, there was no true essence in his meridians. Although his meridians were imprisoned, he could still use the dragon transformation art. Even the golden core in his dantian could also use true essence. However, facing the sword transformation swordsman who had been wasting time with him for a long time, Xiao Hua was confident that he would not really make a move. Therefore, on the surface, he struggled like Li Zongbao and the others. But in reality, he did not use even a trace of true essence. Of course, Xiao Hua's hand was already slightly clenched. As long as his guess was slightly wrong, he would immediately use the soul-slaying Yuan light. At the same time, the spiritual fire was also urged into his mouth, seeing the thousands of sword hair rushing in front of the four of them. Those sword hair once again emitted a dazzling brilliance. These brilliances intertwined with each other and unexpectedly formed a sword net, instantly trapping the four of them. This sword net did not stop. Instead, it brought along the imprisoned figures of the four people and rushed towards the ground at an extremely fast speed. Huff, 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 huff. For muffled sounds rang out, and the four people fell on the foot of the mountain, their bodies in a sorry state. Humph! The sword transformation swordsman coldly snorted again. He did not even look at the four people. Sword light flashed under his feet, and he directly chased after the four slowly moving lights in the distance. Naturally, it was only the time for half an incense stick to burn when the sword light around Li Zongbao and the others slowly disappeared. The four of them once again flew up for the foot of the mountain. They looked at the sword transformation swordsman who had already disappeared with some shame and anger. They looked at each other and did not dare to say another word. They once again flew towards the direction of the Huan country. However, at this moment, a flying sword message streaked across the sky like a meteor. It quickly surpassed them and flew into the distance. This flying sword message seems to be flying from the direction of that old fart just now. Xiao Hua had already seen it and said with some surprise, "What did they come to the sword tomb for? And why did they send a flying sword message?" Sigh, sword transformation swordsman. I have finally seen the strength of a sword transformation swordsman. Li Zongbao did not pay attention to Xiao Hua's words. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he sighed and said, "Of course, they are comparable to a nascent soul master." Xiao Mao also said, "We are only foundation establishment cultivators. How can we compare? TSK, it's only SOSO." Xiao Hua shook his head and said with disdain. Fairy Hong Xia and the other two naturally knew that Xiao Hua had the capital to be so arrogant. They could not compare with him. They all curled their lips and somewhat despised him for speaking without thinking. "That's right, big brother." Xiao Mao thought for a moment and asked again. Just now, there were 5 swordsmen. Among them, the 2 in the middle did not seem to be sword cultivators. That brilliance was not sword light. Yes, the other 2 brilliances were not sword light. Xiao Hua nodded. He had seen it clearly. It was a brilliance similar to the protective golden light. I'm afraid that those 2 swordsmen used it to protect themselves? That's a little strange. Fairy Hong, Xiao muttered. Looking at the 3 swordsmen, they seemed to be very respectful towards those 2 swordsmen. They even surrounded them. Who are those 2 swordsmen? Who cares who they are? Xiao Hua said coldly. Left and right, they are all people that we cannot afford to offend. They are all opponents of nascent soul masters. We are only training in Huan country. Let's go. Li Zongbao was a little disinterested. He waved his hand and said, "That flying sword message just now might have been a message sent by the sword transformation senior to Huan country to inform them of our whereabouts. We still have to hurry and rush out of the sword tomb while those sword cultivators are not guarding it." "That old fart," Xiao Hua said coldly. "He is also somewhat sanctimonious." Li Zongbao was right. That flying sword message was indeed sent by a sword transformation swordsman. It was not sent by that green-faced old man. As the sword transformation elder caught up with the 4 brilliances, a red-faced sword transformation elder asked curiously, "Chung Jianyu, could it be that you're old friends with those 4 Dao sect kids? Why did you talk for so long?" He, the sword transformation elder, called Chung Jianyu, chuckled and said, "Actually, I shouldn't have stayed behind to ask. On the contrary, sword transformation elder, you should have gone down to take a look." "Oh, Chung Minghua, what do you mean?" "This old man is only asking you what you said to those reckless kids who barged into the sword tomb. How can you talk to this old man like that? Could it be that your clear sword sect has some shady business with the Dao sect?" The sword transformation elder with the surname Chung seemed to have a bad temper. My clear sword sect, is not as famous as your Void Heaven Sword School. We don't have any relationship with those Dao sect kids." Chung Minghua was the sect master of the clear sword sect, so he naturally wouldn't back down. He sneered and said, "This old man only wants to tell you that among those 4 Dao sect kids, 3 of them are the Foundation Establishment disciples who killed your Void Heaven Sword School's Qin Jian." It's actually them. This old man was looking for that terrifying phoenix, but he actually threw himself into my hands. The sword transformation elder with the surname Chong was the sect master of the Void Heaven Sword School. His name was Chong Taishu, and he had long hated Xiao Hua for killing Qin Jian. When he heard that Xiao Hua had come, he actually stopped. "Io, sword transformation elder, is mighty," Chung Minghua said with a smile. "Looking at your posture, you're going to kill Xiao Hua?" "What? I can't. This is a war. What's there to be afraid of if I kill 1 or 2 Foundation Establishment disciples? I'm not afraid of losing face," Chong Taishu coldly said. "You're not afraid of losing face, but this old man is," Chung Minghua said with disdain. "This old man has never heard of a sword transformation swordsman attacking a Foundation Establishment cultivator, even during a war. He has a grudge with this old man, so this old man can naturally attack him. Cheng Taishu was somewhat unwilling. A sword transformation swordsman of my sword domain shouldn't attack a foundation establishment disciple. Another sword transformation swordsman persuaded. Your Void Heaven Sword School does have a grudge with Xiao Hua, but that's between a sword transformation swordsman and a foundation establishment cultivator. Even if Xiao Hua was a golden core cultivator, you still wouldn't have a right to attack him. If you attack him, my sword domain transformation swordsman will lose all face. This sword transformation swordsman was an old woman with white hair. Although her voice was sharp, her tone was firm, which made Cheng Taishu hesitate. Beautiful butterfly, no one from your Black Phoenix Sword School has died in his hands, so naturally, you can speak without feeling any pain. Chapter 2757. As the sect leader of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, even if Lu Ruochang was killed by Xiao Hua, I will not seek revenge from Xiao Hua, unless it is Wu Ming who has stepped into the nascent soul stage. Cheng Taishu was a little angry, but at this moment, the swordsman in the middle of the three said in a low voice, 3 sword friends. 100 miles ahead. Is it the place where the sword array is set up? That's right. When the 3 heard this, they answered almost in unison. Their eyes were filled with joy. Looking at the swordsman who spoke, his body was flashing with golden light, covering his entire body. It was impossible to see his true appearance. Beside this swordsman, there was another swordsman who was flashing with a faint green light. This green light was different from the golden light. The golden light was like the glaring sun, so bright that others could not see the swordsman's figure and appearance. But this green light was like a layer of cloud, covering the swordsman's body. However, whether it was the golden light or the green light, the 2 people's figures were covered. It was impossible to tell whether they were male or female, let alone their appearance. After hearing the 3 people's answers, the golden figure did not answer, but turned to the green figure. However, the green swordsman did not answer either. His figure flew up again and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed, much faster than before. Sage. Although Cheng Taishu's temper was very irritable, his voice was much gentler at this moment. He said with a smile, the thing that destroyed the sword tomb. What is it? Fairy, did she find anything? Fairy did not say anything for the time being. The golden figure called Sage said faintly. However, since she found some clues, she must have found something. Let her take a look again. In my opinion, she has lived for so long, so she is definitely experienced and knowledgeable. She will definitely find the source of the sword tomb's disappearance. Actually, it doesn't matter whether the source is found or not. Cheng Minghua also said in a low voice, the key is whether it will affect my Sword Realms plan. Sage has lived in seclusion in Alchemy Valley for thousands of years, although he has never appeared in Sword Realm. But he is also a member of Sword Realm. You can't just ignore this matter. Haha, Cheng Jinyu, don't worry. Since this old man has been persuaded by you. Now, it was the key to the sword domain. How can this old man not do anything? That Taoist master said with a smile. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't have spent so much effort to ask Fairy to step in. With her around, what are you afraid of? This. We understand. Blue Butterfly nodded and said, although the cause of the disappearance of the sword tomb is not as important as what Cheng Jinyu said, if we can find it, we will still have to trouble you. After all, the sudden disappearance of this enormous barrier is a huge problem for my sword domain. Shoo, let's go. The fairy has sent us a message. She wants us to go over. The Taoist master seemed to have a special way of communicating with the fairy. Even the 3 sword transformation swordsmen were unable to detect it. Hearing the Taoist master's words, the 3 of them hurriedly increased their speed and flew into the distance. The cyan figure stood quietly where the Buddhist golden array had been. Strange waves of energy were emitted from the fairy's body and spread into the distance like waves. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the waves slowly converged into the fairy's body. Then, the fairy's figure turned into the Taoist master's figure. Cheng Taishu, Cheng Minghua, and Blue Butterfly looked at each other with joy on their faces. After a while, the golden figure coughed twice and said, "Fairy has found some clues, but we can't be sure. After all, it has been a long time since the disappearance of the sword tomb. There are many swordsmen and cultivators nearby. Even the nascent soul cultivators of the Tao sect use their secret techniques here. It doesn't matter, as long as there are some clues." Cheng Minghua waved his hand and said, "As long as we can determine whether the disappearance of the sword tomb is related to that nameless from the thunder-controlling sect, it will be enough to affect our plan. There is a thin blood aura here. There may have been a large-scale blood sacrifice." The Taoist master replied, "However, this blood sacrifice should not be the cause of the disappearance of the sword tomb. Of course, we can't rule out the connection between the blood sacrifice and the disappearance of the sword tomb. In addition, the disappearance of the sword tomb should have nothing to do with the cultivators of the Tao sect. They can't have such great magic power." "Well, that's good." Cheng Taishu glanced at the green figure and nodded. "Now that we know this, we have a plan in our hearts. In the future, we will act according to the previous plan. Of course, if Fairy can tell us the reason for the disappearance of the sword tomb, that would be even better." Blue Butterfly understood Cheng Taishu's meaning and whispered. Fairy didn't say. "Let me ask her." Taoist master Yu hesitated and said. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the Taoist cultivator said, "The fairy is a bit afraid. She suspects that the thing that caused the sword tomb to disappear is an ancient ferocious item. The appearance of this item here is a bit beyond her expectations. She is afraid that if she says it, it will reveal the secrets of heaven." Reveal the secret of heaven? The three swordsmen were dumbfounded. They did not expect that this object would be related to the secret of heaven. Of course, since it was related to the secret of heaven, it must have had little to do with Nameless from the thunder-controlling sect. "What is this object? Can we learn something from it?" Blue Butterfly still asked in a low voice, as if she did not believe that by saying the object's name, she would reveal the secret of heaven. "Alas, this will make things difficult for Fairy." The Taoist master sighed. "Let's ask Fairy. If she doesn't want to, then don't say it." Cheng Taishu was also curious. Sure enough, after a while, the Taoist master whispered, "Fairy has already told me. This object is really amazing." "What is it?" Cheng Taishu, Blue Butterfly, and Cheng Minghua asked in unison. "Actually, even if I tell you, you may not know it." The Taoist master seemed to be keeping them in suspense. "That's why we want to learn something." Cheng Taishu blurted out, "Please enlighten us." "Alas, this object is the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper." The Taoist master finally said the name of the object. 10. Extinguishing. Heaven. Dipper. Cheng Taishu and the other two were stunned. They had never heard of this object before. "This is the name of an ancient spiritual artifact," the Taoist master said lightly. "Of course, Fairy only has a feeling and is not completely sure. That's why she is afraid of revealing the secret of heaven. As for what this object is and how powerful it is, I'm afraid that the current Taoist sect cultivators do not know. Don't ask too much." "Okay, we understand. Thank you, Fairy and Taoist master." When Blue Butterfly heard that they could not be sure that it was the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper and that even the Taoist sect cultivators did not know about it, her heart calmed down. She bowed and said, "Let us send Fairy and Taoist master to Lian country to see the results of our sword domains battle." "Very good." The Taoist master was hidden behind the golden light, so they could not see whether he nodded or not. "Please," Cheng Minghua and the rest said as they escorted the Taoist master and Fairy into the air. Their direction was different from Xiaohua and the rest. However, just as they were flying, Cheng Taishu said coldly, "Since the sword tomb is fine, we could be at ease. However, how can these Taoist sect cultivators travel freely in our sword domain? If our sword domain did not respond, it would seem that our swordsmen are too lazy." With that, Cheng Taishu flicked his hand, and a flying sword message rushed into the air, heading straight for Huan country. Swordsman Cheng is a little bored. Seeing this, Blue Butterfly and Cheng Minghua smiled at each other and said softly. Obviously, they knew the reason for the disappearance of the sword tomb. Although they were not completely sure, they were relieved. Although Li Zongbao and the rest did not know that the flying sword message was as they guessed, it was in order to prevent them from entering Huan country. They had already made preparations in advance. However, the deeper they flew into the sword tomb, the closer they got to Huan country, the more sword cultivators on patrol there. It was almost impossible for Li Zongbao and the rest to hide their tracks and pass through the gaps between the sword cultivators. Many times, Xiao Hua and the rest had to face the patrolling swordsmen and the swordsmen from various sword sects. Fortunately, most of the patrolling swordsmen in the sword tomb were at the sword conception realm. A small number of them were at the sword conception realm and below, and only a few were at the sword conception realm or below. As for the swordsmen at the illusory sword realm, they were basically patrolling swordsmen who sent out flying sword messages. The nearby illusory swordsmen would be attracted by the flying sword messages. Of course, these swordsmen weren't a match for Li Zongbao and the others by themselves, let alone Xiao Hua. Under the deliberate escape of Li Zongbao and the others, the defense of the sword tomb was forcefully torn open by the four of them, and they charged out. Buzz! A loud buzzing sound resounded, and a yellow dragon flew out from the sword light of the swordsman. Above the dragon, there was a yellow brilliance like a full moon. It was so bright and dazzling that the hundreds of sword lights were overshadowed by this brilliance. Ha ha ha, you're just a bunch of mobs. You actually dare to show off in front of this young master. An arrogant laughter sounded at the same time after the loud sound of the seal of turning the sea. Xiao Hua's slender figure flew out of the crowd like a sharp sword behind the dragon. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Xiao Hua stood firmly in the air and pointed his finger. The seal of ocean overturning seal, which had just knocked down several dozen flying swords, began to revolve above the heads of the group of sword cultivators. The cryptic undulations were like ocean waves as they spread into the distance. Under the seal of turning the sea, the hundreds of swordsmen and sword conception realm swordsmen were stunned. They were on patrol in the sword tomb and didn't know much about the situation of the battle. They seemed to have never heard of the name of the frightening phoenix. Now that they saw a middle-stage Foundation establishment cultivator so powerful, one person and one weapon facing hundreds of swordsmen without falling into a disadvantageous position, they were already terrified. Chapter 2758. If you dare to do anything else, I will not let my magical treasure go to waste. The one following behind Xiao Hua must be Fairy Hongxia. As she spoke, she released a strand of Xiantian primordial water from her body. Although the Xiantian primordial water was very thin, it was formed into a thin layer by Fairy Hongxia. It blocked the spiritual wills of the swordsmen, causing them to be shocked. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao followed behind Fairy Hongxia calmly. They did not take out any magical treasures. This kind of leisurely flight was even more unfathomable to the swordsmen. They were even more fearful than Xiao Hua and Fairy Hongxia. After all, Li Zongbao's cultivation seemed to be at the late stage of Foundation establishment, while the ferocious Xiao Hua was only at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. For a moment, all the swordsmen hesitated. Damn it, whoever wants to die, come and find me. Xiao Hua pointed at the seal of the overturning sea. The entire seal of the overturning sea hummed. The coiling dragon roared and circled around the seal. In an instant, all the swordsmen retreated dozens of feet in fear. Ha ha ha, I will be leaving. Don't send me off. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and arrogantly swaggered off. The ocean overturning seal slowly followed behind him with a long tail of light behind it. The group of drawing swords and nurturing swordsmen looked at each other and did not dare to chase after them. Big brother, You are really amazing. This magical treasure is really amazing. After flying for an instant's time, Xiao Mao could not help but look at the seal of the overturning sea in midair and say with envy. Indeed, just a moment ago, when Xiao Hua was besieged by a group of swordsmen, he activated the cloud-suppressing seal. First, he knocked down a dozen swordsmen from the air, and then he knocked down another dozen swordsmen. Among them, there were even several flying swords of inferior quality that were smashed to pieces, and the owners of those flying swords also suffered serious internal injuries. This was only the beginning, following which Xiao Hua's seal of the sea was like a huge dragon emerging from the sea. The immense sealing power of the seal and the boundless might of the coiling dragon disintegrated the formation of over 100 swordsmen. As for Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, they did not even need to use their magic treasures. Under the threat of Fairy Hong Xia, everyone rushed out unscathed. "Ha, this is nothing." Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He turned to look at the sword cultivator who was eager to give it a try and shouted, "You haven't seen Big Brother's awe-inspiring time yet. If anyone dares to step forward, I'll kill them for you to see." As soon as he said that, many swordsmen who were eager to give it a try immediately shrunk their heads, not daring to make any more moves. Thus, Xiao Hua and the other three boldly flew towards the Huan country. After flying for a full 2 hours, the spatial cracks that appeared from time to time within the sword catacomb had completely disappeared. The patrolling sword cultivator disciples also did not appear. Xiao Huan knew that the sword catacomb had most likely passed. He snorted coldly and said, "That sword transformation old ghost was also bluffing. Just based on these sword cultivators and sword nurturing disciples, you think you can stop this young master?" Hee. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and laughed. She whispered, "That sword transformation old ghost naturally thought that you were that terrifying phoenix. But who would have thought that? You are not only a phoenix, but a nameless one. In fact, a bald phoenix like you is even more powerful than the real, terrifying phoenix." Seeing Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia whispering here, Li Zongbao had already moved to the side. Xiao Mao also said a few words and flew to Li Zongbao's side, accompanying him to look at the nearby scenery. Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Hua exchanged a few sweet words. Suddenly, she realized something and her face turned slightly red. She hurriedly clapped her hands and took out the jade amulet again. She immersed her spiritual will in it, as if she was checking it, but also as if she was avoiding embarrassment. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hong Xia's bashful face. In this pure white ice, it was still so beautiful. In his heart, he really wanted to go up and hug her. He didn't need to do anything. He could only give her a light kiss on her tender skin. It was incomparably comfortable, incomparably satisfying. Unfortunately, other than Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia, there was also Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua really regretted it. How could he bring these two along to Huan country? Immediately, after Fairy Hong Xia identified the direction, the four of them flew up again, flying towards the northwest of Huan country. Xiao Hua and the other three broke through the defensive line of Huan country's sword cultivators and entered deep into Huan country. If it was before the sword catacomb disappeared, no one would have known. But now, the four of them had passed through the sword catacomb. They had already broken through many patrolling disciples and shocked many swordsmen. It directly impacted the swordsman's determination to fight to the death with cultivators. How could it not attract the swordsman's attention? Just as Xiao Hua and the rest flew out of the sword catacomb, the news of them breaking into Huan country had already spread to many swordsmen. It had to be said that there was a lot of karma involved in this, and the root of it was none other than Xiao Hua. Of course, perhaps Xiao Hua did not care, or perhaps Li Zongbao did not think too much about it. In short, the four of them passed through Huan country unhurriedly under Fairy Hong Xia's guidance. The strange scenery of Huan country caused the four of them to gasp in amazement. Huan country was in the extreme north. It was abnormally cold. Usually, there were no spiritual herbs or spiritual trees commonly seen in Shi country. Even greenwood and red flower were luxurious here. Xiaohua and the rest flew for several days. Other than snow and ice, there were only cliffs and perilous peaks. But the cliffs and perilous peaks reflected the pale light. Whether it was rock or soil, there was a layer of ice. It was as if the entire Huan country was a world of ice and snow. Of course, in this world of ice and snow, other than pure white, there were still other colors. But in the sky above their heads, a kind of azure color pounced on their heads. It was abnormally pure, as if the entire sky was a piece of transparent blue jade. Moreover, the sky seemed to be extremely high and extremely far. When one looked at it, an extremely mysterious feeling involuntarily arose in one's heart. There was even a kind of feeling, a kind of impulse, that made one want to fly up high and plunge into this boundless blue sky. Moreover, some clouds occasionally floated across the sky. They were extremely ethereal. Not only did they not block the blue sky, but they also showed a kind of vitality, making the clouds appear pure white. And this pure white contrasted with the blue and white where the sky and earth intersected, as if the white of the earth was projected in the sky. The unfamiliar scenery of Huan country brought Xiaohua and the rest far more than that. As the four of them went deeper into Huan country, dozens of days later, the original alternating sun and moon also changed. The day became longer, and the sun on the horizon did not set for several days. Xiaohua and the rest were all foundation establishment and golden core cultivators. Originally, they did not care much about the day and night, but after a long time, they also felt the strangeness of the sky. After Xiaohua and the rest were amazed by this, when the night really came, an even more pleasant surprise was brought to them. In the dark night, the night stars were so bright, so clear and so bright. The night sky was not completely dark, but there was a hint of blue in the darkness. Moreover, the night was also extremely long, far longer than the day. After the four of them flew for a few more days at night, a strand of lemon green appeared in the distant night sky. It was unknown when this green appeared, but when Xiaohua raised his eyes to look, it had already appeared in the dark blue part of the night sky. This green brilliance seemed to mix into a river and quickly spread towards the sky. As this lemon green became denser, it was as if a spiritual tree was born in the distance, rapidly growing towards the entire night sky. In fact, the lemon green swayed and twisted in the night sky, like the swaying of the wind or the overflowing of the water. Just as Xiaohua held Fairy Hongxia's hand and called Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to look, the source of the lemon green suddenly flickered, and an almost azure luster quickly overflowed, directly chasing after the lemon green that had already spread across the distant horizon like ribbons. It's really beautiful. When had Fairy Hongxia seen such a magnificent scene? She had long been intoxicated. However, before she could finish her sentence, another dazzling blue quietly surged out after the deep green. It was like a surging river, surging past the green and green as it rapidly rushed into the horizon. It's here again. Fairy Hongxia clapped her hands happily, like a little girl who had seen a beautiful scene, happily shouting. Sure enough, after the blue, red, orange, yellow, purple, and other colors surged out, in between these colors there were even other colors that were not. The brightness of these colors were different, and the range of their flickering was also different. However, they were all in the shape of ribbons, swaying in the night sky. This dazzling and colorful spectacle not only lit up the night sky, but also illuminated the dark white of the vast land. The rarest thing was that this spectacle also lit up everyone's eyes. Even Li Zongbao's eyes lit up as he stared at the sky. Although he did not say anything, the faintly curled corners of his mouth revealed his thoughts. However, no one knew what Li Zongbao was thinking at this moment. Perhaps he was praying for the millions of Meng Mountains? Or perhaps he was thinking of the warm time he had with Kai Zhuoxia. After an hour, the beautiful brilliance finally dissipated, turning into a faint ribbon of light, blending into the dark blue of the night sky. "Come out." When Li Zongbao and the rest were still looking at the night sky reluctantly, Xiao Hua coldly shouted, "Who's there?" As soon as Xiao Hua spoke, Li Zongbao immediately woke up. With a loud roar, he spread out his divine sense and looked around. Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Mao were a little slower, but when they heard him, they also spread out their divine sense. However, it was quiet all around, and there were no changes. The white snow in the night sky gave off a pale white color, and the continuous mountain ranges were like undulating waves. Occasionally, there were large areas of flat land covered by ice. In the middle of the solid snow field, there were some gray plants, but at this moment, they were barely visible in the night sky. "My dear Xiao," Fairy Hong Xia looked around for a moment, then whispered with a surprised expression, "There doesn't seem to be anything strange around here." Chapter 2759. Fine. Since he didn't come out, then don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Xiao Hua said coldly. This young master saw that you didn't take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack us while we were looking at the scenery. That's why I called out. Saying this, Xiao Hua waved his hand, but in the horizon, in the dark blue night sky, there were many dark clouds that came out of nowhere. Good method. Your Excellency must be the thunder-controlling sex, Xiao Hua, who is known as the terrifying phoenix. A voice came from the foot of the mountain that was dozens of zhang away. A swordsman wearing a dark red sword robe strangely flashed in midair, and this person's face was filled with unconcealable astonishment. Seeing this swordsman quietly approaching, Li Zongbao and the others were startled. But when they saw that this swordsman was actually at the second grade of the illusory sword realm, they unconsciously understood. Let them all show themselves. Xiao Hua said coldly, since they are all here, why hide? Do you think this is interesting? The swordsman stood in midair, his eyes shining brightly in the night, like flashing sword splendor. His gaze was clearly somewhat pensive, as if he was considering whether Xiao Hua was bluffing or not. However, Xiao Hua was impatient. He pointed his finger and said, It's only 3 people. Do you think this young master can't detect you? When the swordsman heard this, he was extremely astonished, even more so than when he was discovered by Xiao Hua. He waved his hand and said somewhat helplessly, Cheng Zhen, Cheng Jian, Cheng Ming, you all come out. In the place that Xiao Hua had just pointed at, a few faint lights flashed in the air. 3 swordsmen of the same height and height, wearing the same sword equipment, and even their appearances were exactly the same. They appeared there with the same stunned expression. Your Excellency, how did you discover us 3 brothers? The swordsman closest to Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Hua inconceivably and unexpectedly asked, This Xiao found you. Do I have to tell you how I found you? Xiao Hua looked at the 4 people and said indifferently, You all called out this Zhao's name. Don't tell me you don't want to tell me your name. This sword is Cheng Zhen. The swordsman who spoke cupped his fist and said, I am Cheng Jian, I am Cheng Ming. The other 2 shouted in unison. As for the swordsman who appeared first, he cupped his hands and said, I am Qi Qingyi from the 7 Spirit Mountain. 7 Spirit Mountains? Hearing this, Xiao Hua unconsciously frowned. He immediately thought of Ji Yi from the 7 Extremes Mountains. Have you seen a disciple of my 7 Spirit Mountain? Qi Qingyi asked with a smile when he saw Xiao Hua frown. No, Xiao Hua faintly shook his head. This Xiao is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. If I had met many experts, how could I still stand here steadily? What are you trying to achieve by hiding here? Li Zongbao was slightly impatient as he raised his voice and asked. You must be Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction, Qi Qingyi said with a smile. Then he glanced at Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Mao, who were standing beside Xiao Hua. The 4 of you who made great contributions in the Great Battle of Dao and Sword have all come to my sword domain. I would like to ask what your intentions are. What intentions can I have? Xiao Hua shrugged and pointed to the sky. He smiled and said, This Xiao and the others have long heard of the countless wonders of Hung Country. Taking advantage of the end of the battle, we specially came to Hung Country to travel. Could it be that you think that we Foundation establishment cultivators have some ulterior motives? Foundation establishment cultivators? Qi Qingyi sneered. In the current sword domain, any swordsman would shudder at the mention of the terrifying phoenix. If you were to be treated as Foundation establishment cultivators, you would be able to easily defeat them. If you think of us as Foundation establishment cultivators, then wouldn't we all be blind? However, Qi Qingyi immediately raised his head to look at the sky and sighed. Although the extreme magnetic ray is a famous scenery in my sword domain, if not for fate, you won't be able to see it. Even this Qi has not appreciated it for many years. You are really lucky to be able to see such a wonderful scenery as soon as you enter my sword domain. However, it's a pity that the swordsmen of my sword domain have sacrificed their lives to protect such a homeland. Yet, it's still difficult to ensure the safety of our sword domain for a few years. Extreme magnetic ray? This is the extreme magnetic ray? Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart trembled slightly. Your words seem to be wrong. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Fairy Hongxia retorted sarcastically. The Sword Dao War was started by sword cultivators. If not for your wild ambitions of invading our 3 cultivation kingdoms, who would have the patience to start a war with you? Now that the war has been going on for close to 10 years, there are countless casualties. The number of Dao sect cultivators who have fallen in the war is in the hundreds of thousands. Don't these cultivators like this beautiful scenery? Don't these cultivators want to protect the safety of our 3 cultivation countries? Unfortunately, they are cultivators and not ordinary people. Since they have stepped into the ranks of cultivators, they should sacrifice their lives for our Dao Sect's foundation. What do you mean by saying these words in front of us? No other reason. It's just a random thought. Qi Qingyi actually smiled slightly and stopped arguing with Fairy Hongxia. If there's nothing else, this Xiao and the rest will continue on, Xiao Hua said indifferently. Naturally, this Qi came here for a reason. Qi Qingyi said with a smile, as if the other party was not a hostile opponent. What? Finally going to make a move? Xiao Hua stretched lazily and said with a smile. Of course not. Qi Qingyi shook his head and said, This place is my sword domain and is already inside the sword tomb. You all have already escaped from the Dao Sword War. How can this Qi face you all as enemies? Oh, you actually know that we don't need to participate in the war? So that's how it is. Xiao Hua suddenly realized that the flying sword message sent by the sword transformation swordsman was not for the patrolling disciples of the sword tomb, but for the tool cultivator of the 7 spirit mountains. He did not know what kind of medicine this tool cultivator was trying to sell. Qi Qingyi slapped his hand, and a scarlet gold flying sword flew out from his storage bag. He waved his hand, and the flying sword slowly flew in front of Xiao Hua and said, This is my 7 Spirit Mountains sword invitation. This Qi represents my 7 Spirit Mountains sect master to invite you to the 7 Spirit Mountain. Oh, inviting us to the 7 Spirit Mountain? Xiao Hua was stunned. He waved his hand and took the flying sword into his hand and carefully examined it. This flying sword was completely scarlet gold and had complicated sword patterns engraved on it. The words 7 Spirit Mountain could be faintly seen on the sword patterns. That's right. Qi Qingyi saw Xiao Hua take the sword invitation and said with a smile, My 7 Spirit Mountain has a great formation called the Brahma Pagoda. This Qi has long heard that the Dao Sect's cultivators are skilled in formations. During the Battle of the Sword Tomb, they laid down the 10-direction annihilation great formation and caused the deaths of many of my sword domain's disciples. Therefore, my 7 Spirit Mountain boldly invites you to come to the 7 Spirit Mountain and give us some pointers on the Brahma Pagoda great formation. Is there something wrong with you? Xiao Hua wasn't polite at all, as if he didn't treat Qi Qingyi as an illusory swordsman. We only came to the Hung country to travel and broaden our horizons. Why would we go to the 7 Spirit Mountain for no reason? We're living happily now and haven't gotten tired of living yet. You don't dare. Cheng Ming sneered at the side. This Cheng has heard of the frightening phoenix's name for a long time, but I never thought that the frightening phoenix wouldn't even have the guts to go to my 7-spirit mountain. This Chung is really disappointed. What does it have to do with me, whether you're disappointed or not? What does it have to do with you whether I'm brave or timid? Xiao Hua didn't seem to be fooled. He flung his sleeve, and the flying sword flew back into Qi Qingyi's hand. He said, "This Xiao has no interest in giving others pointers on formations. If there's nothing else, this Xiao will take his leave." "Please wait a moment." Qi Qingyi wasn't surprised. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You should take a look at the sword invitation first. It won't be too late to refuse." "I won't look," Xiao Hua said coldly. "Even if there's a method for me to immediately become an immortal, this Xiao still won't look. There's naturally no method for becoming an immortal," Qi Qingyi hurriedly said. "However, there's a secret technique for refining spirit tools inside." Spirit tools. When Xiao Hua heard this, astonishment appeared on his face. His eyes turned a few times, and he began to ponder. Ever since he met Ji Peng, Xiao Hua had been reflecting on various aspects. Among them, he had already listed the Dharma treasures as his #1 priority. However, if he wanted to find a Dharma treasure that suited him, it would be extremely difficult. Now, the weapon cultivator of 7-Spirit Mountain was actually offering the method for refining spirit tools that Xiao Hua wanted the most. How could he not be tempted? Forget it. Xiao Hua had some calculations in his mind, but his face was full of disdain. He waved his hand and said, "Where in the world would there be spirit herbs that would be delivered to your doorstep? Not to mention that this Xiao doesn't know how to refine weapons. The secret technique for refining spirit tools is useless. Even if this Xiao knew how to refine weapons, I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. How could I refine spirit tools?" Hee. Although this sir doesn't know how to refine spirit tools today, you can't guarantee that you won't in the future. Qi Qingyi laughed. Furthermore, this sir will give this secret technique to the Imperial Thunder Sex Elders. Do you need me to point out the benefits you'll receive? I'm not going. Xiao Hua flatly refused and waved his hand. 7-Spirit Mountain is the foundation of weapon cultivators like you. This Xiao will definitely not walk into a trap. How about this? Qi Qingyi thought for a moment and said, "If this sir really doesn't want to go to 7-Spirit Mountain, then this Qi will place the Brahma Pagoda array 100 miles away. It will be right next to your travel route. What do you think, sir?" When Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but frown as if he was thinking. However, he had already secretly released his Buddhist awareness. After a moment, Xiao Hua sighed and said, "This Xiao and the others are only here to travel. Why do you have to make such a big fuss over nothing? That Senior Huajian, isn't he being too careful? Since this sir already knows, then this Qi won't say anything more." Qi Qingyi was indeed straightforward and replied without hiding anything. "Actually, apart from Senior Huajian's instructions, this Qi has another plan." "Oh, what plan?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "I heard that this sir managed to escape from the battle at Mount Quanjin. I presume you've seen sword friends Ling Yunwu and Yuan?" Qi Qingyi replied with a question. "What about it? So what if I've seen them? So what if I haven't?" Xiao Hua replied ambiguously. Chapter 2760. Ling Yunwu's Sword Pouch and the Ling Feng Sword Sex Sword Scroll. If you have them in your storage pouch, please return them to my sword domain. Qi Qingyi finally got to the point. This Xiao finally understands. Xiao Hua laughed when he heard this and replied, "You all are still trying to set this Xiao up. You actually gave me a sword array that I have never seen before and asked me to break it. This so-called secret technique of refining spiritual weapons. And this sword pouch are the stakes. If I can break the Fan Pagoda's array, then the secret technique is mine. If I can't break the array, then shouldn't I hand over the sword pouch?" "That's right, that's the case," Qi Qingyi admitted frankly. "To be honest, this sword pouch is very precious. After the array was broken, we sword cultivator disciples searched for it with all our might. However, we couldn't find any trace of it. Even Ling Yunwu and the rest flying swords couldn't be found. Thus I thought of you. If you really have it, then this bet is actually quite fair. Fair my ass. Fairy Hong Xia was furious and pointed her finger. You guys set up the array and let Xiao Hua break it alone. Even if he is powerful, how can he be a match for hundreds of people? Hee hee. I have already considered this matter. Qi Qingyi smiled and said, My 7 Spirit Mountains fan pagoda array is formed by at least 81 disciples. Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao can all enter the array. Furthermore, my sword domain swordsmen are very particular about fairness. Among the 81 disciples, other than the 9 who are grade 1 illusory sword disciples, the rest are all drawing sword disciples. Xiao Hua is able to fight against Qin Jian. I believe that against a few grade 1 illusory sword disciples, he won't be at a disadvantage, right? Don't listen to his nonsense. Fairy Hong Xia pulled Xiao Hua's arm and said, He said that there are 81 disciples. Who knows how many there are in the array? There might even be illusory sword disciples. Xiao Hua looked at Qi Qingyi, then at Cheng Zhen and Cheng Jian, who had been silent all this while. He seemed to be thinking about something. After all, Xiao Hua had fought with Ji Yi of the 7 Spirit Mountain before. He had a very good impression of the magnanimous Ji Yi, and he also had a good impression of the 7 Spirit Mountain. In addition, Qi Qingyi and the other 3 were only covering their tracks and didn't take advantage of the fact that Li Zongbao and the others were immersed in the beautiful scenery to make a sudden move. Xiao Hua already believed most of Qi Qingyi's words. How many people can the Brahma Pagoda's great array formation hold? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. 360 people. Qi Qingyi hesitated for a moment before replying. However, I heard that this isn't the limit of the Brahma Pagoda's array. As for the maximum number of people, I'm not too sure. How can this Xiao believe that your secret technique can refine spirit artifacts? Xiao Hua asked again. When Qi Qingyi saw this, he was overjoyed. He pointed at the small sword floating in front of him, and the small sword flew back to Xiao Hua. He said, In order to show my 7 Spirit Mountain sincerity, there is a short description of the secret technique inside. I don't know if you could take a look at it. All right, Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the flying sword fell into his hand. After he immersed his divine telekinesis in it and carefully examined it for a moment, Xiao Hua clapped his hand, and the flying sword fell into his space. Good. You have guts. Qi Qingyi's face was once again filled with astonishment. He raised his right thumb and said, You are indeed worthy of being called the terrifying phoenix. This Qi is truly inferior to you. There's no need to flatter this, Xiao. Xiao Hua clapped his hand, took out the sword pouch, and waved it in front of Qi Qingyi. He said, The sword pouch is right here. If this Xiao can't break the array, then this sword pouch will belong to the 7 Spirit Mountain. Good. Qi Qingyi clapped his hands and said, This Qi will immediately return and set up the Brahma Pagoda's great array formation. I will quietly wait for you to break the array. After he finished speaking, Qi Qingyi did not say anything else. He quickly led Cheng Ming and the rest into the distance. Darling Xiao, when there were sword cultivator disciples, just now, Fairy Hong Xia did not ask much. After Qi Qingyi left, she hurriedly said, Want to be fine if we don't go? Their Brahma Pagoda's great array formation has 9 illusory sword first-grade swordsmen and 72 drawing sword swordsmen. You and I together only have 4 people. How can we be a match for their array formation? Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua and did not ask anything. Sigh, since it's an order from the transforming swordsman, if you and I don't go through this sword array, how can we pass through the Huan country? Xiao Hua sighed and said, Even if we hide from the 7 Spirit Mountain, there's still the 8 Spirit Mountain and the 6 Spirit Mountain behind us. We will never have an end. Why don't we take this opportunity to break this bullshit Brahma Pagoda's great array formation in one fell swoop? That's not all, Li Zongbao added. Although I can't see what's happening 100 miles away, since Qi Qingyi has already said so, perhaps they didn't plan to invite us to 7 Spirit Mountain at all. Perhaps they've already set up a large formation 100 miles away and are waiting for us to arrive. In such a situation, junior sister, do you think we should fight or hide? Of course we have to fight. Fairy Hong Xia pondered for a moment before she raised her voice and said, since we are here, we are the representatives of Dao sect. Even if our lives are in danger, we must go. We must not disgrace Dao sect. That's right. We did not retreat in fear when facing hundreds of thousands of swordsmen. There is no reason for us to be scared off by the Seven Spirit Mountain. Xiao Mao shouted. Save it, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Don't think too highly of yourself. We are just Foundation Establishment disciples. We have not reached such a stage. Xiao Hua. Fairy Hong Xia waved her hand and pinched Xiao Hua's arm. She said reproachfully, we are all encouraging you. We know that your cultivation is the highest, so there is no reason for you to discourage us. No. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and pointed into the distance. The Seven Spirit Mountain has already planned this. They know that we will not go to the Seven Spirit Mountain. They have already set up a great array in front of us and are waiting for us to walk into their trap. Do you think we need to go to such a place where we know there is a trap? Then just now. Didn't you already agree? Fairy Hong Xia was a little dumbfounded. Sword cultivators are just our enemies. Moreover, we are now in a tiger's den. There is no need to be so trusting. Even Li Zongbao said quietly, what Xiao Hua said just now was just a temporary measure. As the saying goes, a real man knows when to stretch and when to shrink. This is the moment. That might not work. Fairy Hong Xia came to her senses and nodded slightly. However, when she looked into the distance, she saw a pale white land and a vast expanse of black ash in the distance. Since the Seven Spirit Mountain can send 4 illusory sword sect disciples here, there must be people in other places as well. If their disciples are setting up an array in front of us, there must be disciples in other places as well. Didn't Qi Qingyi say before? This Brahma Pagoda array only needs 81 disciples to set up. They must have sent no less than 800 disciples here, right? After all, that communication talisman was sent by a sword transformation swordsman. Che, so what if they have 8,000 disciples? Xiao Hua sneered. If we want to run, can they catch up? Darling Xiao, Fairy Hong Xia looked at Xiao Hua and said word by word, I know that you are a rogue cultivator. Before you entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, you had to go through many hardships. Many times, you had to face enemies that you could not face. Therefore, when you're facing enemies, most of the time, you would first consider your escape route and not think about how to face them. This kind of strategy, I can't say that it is bad. As Fairy Hong Xia spoke, she looked at Xiao Hua's expression and went straight to the point. This kind of thinking, if you were a rogue cultivator, a low-level cultivator, it would work. However, Xiaolang, take a look. I, Senior Brother Li, and Junior Brother Xiao are all famous Foundation Establishment cultivators in the Dao sect. However, we know in our hearts that even if the 3 of us were to join forces, we would still be no match for you. You, Xiao Hua, are no longer the rogue cultivator from back then. You are a hero who has experienced the great Dao Sword War. Sooner or later, you will become an important senior in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. You are already a high-level cultivator. You can no longer have the thought of retreating after a battle and protecting yourself. You, sooner or later, you will be the master of a sect. This master's bearing will start from today. It had to be said that women were always outwardly oriented. Although Fairy Red Dawn had not yet held a dual cultivation ceremony with Xiao Hua, she was already planning for her husband. Perhaps Xiao Hua did not think too much about it, but in Fairy Red Dawn's heart, she had already begun to draw up a blueprint for his future. Fairy Hong Xia could have said these words through voice transmission or in private. However, she knew that with Xiao Hua's lazy personality, he might not listen to her. If she said too much, Xiao Hua might even get sick of it. Now that she said it in front of Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, it would make Xiao Hua lose face. However, Li Zongbao was someone that Xiao Hua respected, and Xiao Mao was Xiao Hua's brother. Their words should be more likely to enter Xiao Hua's ears than her. This was also Fairy Hong Xia's good intentions and exhaustion. That's right. Li Zongbao clapped his hands and said these words. Previously, Master kept saying them in my ears. Although I did not mind, I had no choice but to obey. Now that I heard Junior's sister say it again, I really understand Master's painstaking efforts. This bearing is not something one is born with, nor is it something that can be born with the increase of one's cultivation level. It still needs to be nurtured in the details. Previously, I agreed with Junior Brother Zhao's escape plan. Although it was a wise move, it was harmful to the cultivation of a master's bearing. Moving forward and being worshipped by the cultivators, this is what a master should do. That's right, Big Brother. Xiaomao was also excited. He clapped his hands and praised. Then, he flew to Xiao Hua's side and said, "You will definitely be a cultivator on the same level as the Imperial Thunder Sect's Palace Master. Your actions are the role model of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples." What Senior Sister said is also from the bottom of her heart. We can hide today, but the days ahead are long. We still have to pass through Huan Country and the millions of Meng Mountains. Chapter 2761. All right, that's enough. Xiao Hua's stern face revealed a smile as he looked at Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao. He said, I know what you're talking about. I'm just afraid that the Seven Spirit Mountains formation is too powerful. As for this Xiao, not to mention the Seven Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda formation with 81 people. Even if it's a formation with 360 people, why would this Xiao be afraid? Since Big Brother isn't afraid, I'm not afraid either. Xiao Mao patted his chest and said, We've all seen Lu Ruochang's square sword formation. Why would we be afraid of this Brahma Pagoda formation? All right, since that's the case, we'll go and break the formation. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Go, go, go. Li Zongbao also pointed forward. Let them know how powerful I am. Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at Fairy Hong Xia. His heart was overflowing with tenderness. If he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid of a formation of 360 people, let alone 81 people. He would definitely go and give it a try. Even if it was the old man who transformed into a sword, Xiao Hua wouldn't be afraid of him at all. There was no need to be so respectful. However, he understood that his responsibility for this trip to Huan Country and millions of Meng Mountains was not small. Fairy Hong Xia had to go. If she was in any danger, he would definitely keep her in his space, even if it meant exposing his secret. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, these two burdens, he didn't know how to deal with them. He could only find a safe way to proceed. However, he didn't expect Fairy Hong Xia to refute his idea. Fairy Hong Xia was worried that Xiao Hua would be angry. However, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with joy. How could he be angry? Fairy Hong Xia's plan for herself showed that Fairy Hong Xia treated herself as Xiao Hua's wife and not a disciple of Lu Yang's Kai family. Dui Qiming probably treated Cui Hongshan the same way. Xiao Hua was happy. At the same time, he thought of his junior brother in Myriad Thunder Valley. If that's the case, my plan will be useful. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked. Cui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's words suddenly appeared in his mind. Li on the other hand, is making rapid progress. She's already at the 6th level of Qi refining, right? Now that he's grown up, he rarely returns to the Myriad Thunder Valley. Sometimes when he comes back, he'll stay in his cave and meditate. This little brother also rarely sees him. 6th layer of Qi refining? A few days ago, I heard from eldest senior brother that Li has already reached the 7th layer of Qi refining. Well, it's been a while. For your husband, how can I tell the difference between the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels of Qi refining? Damn it, I didn't pay attention to it that day, but there's a hidden meaning in their words. It was only now that Xiao Hua came to his senses. Li, when I saw you that day, you seem to have already reached the 6th or 7th layer of the aura refining realm. How many years has it been? There's no reason you're still in the 7th layer of the aura refining realm, right? Presumably, this little fellow had some kind of fortuitous encounter that allowed him to conceal his cultivation. Haha, they must have thought that Lier learned some secret technique from me, right? Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he recalled Xiang Zhili's expression when he asked him what kind of divine ability he wanted that day. Husband. Fairy Hong Xia saw the strange expression on Xiao Hua's face and hurriedly transmitted her voice. What I said, don't be angry. Eldest senior brother Li and junior brother Xiao are not outsiders. He, my wife. Xiao Hua held Fairy Hong Xia's hand and transmitted his voice back. Your husband knows that I'm of low birth and don't have the self-restraint of a disciple from a cultivation family. If there's anything wrong in the future, feel free to say it. There's no need to be afraid of anything. Seeing that Xiao Hua wasn't unhappy, Fairy Hong Xia's heart relaxed. She lowered her head and said, Husband is the most important thing. I will definitely remind husband in the future, but I definitely won't be so obvious. Actually, if it wasn't for eldest senior brother Li and Xiao Mao, I would have already transmitted my voice. A good wife and loving mother. Xiao Hua lamented in his heart. He slightly exerted his strength and held Fairy Hong Xia's hand tightly. He sighed and said, What virtue and ability did I have to be able to gain the favor of my wife? With my wife's company, I won't be lonely in this lifetime. I will definitely do what I can. If this isn't Sister Shui, then who is it? Fairy Hong Xia blinked her eyes and laughed. Shui. Hearing Fairy Hong Xia mention Shui, Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Oh, what's the matter, my husband? Fairy Hong Xia was quick-witted. Seeing that Xiao Hua was unhappy, she hurriedly said, Sister Shui, what's the matter? Or, I won't. Junior brother Xiao. Just as Xiao Hua was about to answer, Li Zongbao said calmly, Just now when Qi Qingyi mentioned the extreme magnetic ray, I thought of something. Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hong Xia and smiled bitterly. He let go of her hand and flew to Li Zongbao's side. He asked, Eldest senior brother Li, please enlighten me. It's recorded in the ancient books of the Utopia faction. Li Zongbao said unhurriedly, The extreme magnetic ray is usually produced in places extremely far away. Because of the magnetic force in these places, it can produce primordial rays that are like sharp swords. Although the primordial rays are formless, they are like substance. When used with flying swords or magic weapons, they are extremely sharp. The seniors of my Taoist sect once traveled to the extreme north and collected the extreme magnetic ray to refine magic weapons. The immortal piercing whip was destroyed in the spirit-devouring formation of the sword cultivators. Li Zongbao's face showed a trace of pity. I don't have a suitable magic treasure, so I'll use Master's yin-yang ring for the time being. Oh, the spirit-devouring formation. Xiao Hua immediately thought of the few spirit-devouring bugs in the sword pouch and asked, Can't it be repaired? Maybe it can, maybe it can't. Li Zongbao said desolately. Even if it can be repaired, I'm afraid it won't be the same immortal piercing whip as before. All right, then. Senior brotherly should follow behind me. As he spoke, Xiao Hua released his divine sense and looked ahead. Xiao Mao, your divine sense can see more than 10 miles away? Li Zongbao naturally released his divine sense and suddenly realized something. He looked at Xiao Mao with some astonishment. Xiao Mao's face showed a trace of unnaturalness, and he said with a smile, Yes, my divine sense is stronger than ordinary cultivators. Now I can see more than 10 miles away. That's right. Xiao Hua didn't notice this before. His divine sense was stronger than ordinary cultivators, and he also had Buddhist awareness. When Xiao Mao said it just now, he didn't care at all. Now that he heard Li Zongbao's astonishment, he understood. Ordinary cultivators in the late Foundation establishment stage could only see more than 10 miles away with their divine sense. Xiao Mao, who was just in the middle Foundation establishment stage, could see more than 10 miles away. The strength of his divine sense was not ordinary. Chapter 2762. However, The strength of one's divine sense was not only related to one's cultivation method, it was also closely related to some secret techniques. In particular, the range of one's divine sense should be one of the secrets of a cultivator. Xiao Mao was not on guard against Xiao Hua and the others, so he inadvertently revealed it. If it were anyone else, he would definitely have concealed it. Of course, Li Zongbao also understood. He only asked a question and then shut his mouth. He didn't say anything else and looked into the distance. Fairy Hong Xia blinked her eyes and looked like she wanted to say something. Xiao Mao was more observant than Xiao Hua. He quickly smiled and said, "Senior sister, please don't ask me. I've been like this since I was young. I don't have any secret techniques." Oh, Fairy Hong Xia was a little disappointed. She smiled and said, "There are very few secret techniques that can strengthen one's spiritual sense. Although my cultivation is not bad, my spiritual sense cultivation is still lacking. I haven't found a suitable mental cultivation method yet." "Is that so? Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiao Hua was looking ahead. When he heard Fairy Hong Xia's muttering, he asked curiously, "I thought you were a disciple of the Huanhua sect and had a golden core stage master. I thought you would have a lot of secret techniques." "Hee hee." Fairy Hong Xia laughed. "My dear Xiao, you can ask Senior Brother Li. How can an ordinary cultivator obtain the spiritual sense forging technique? Even for a genius like Senior Brother Li, I'm afraid he only has a few simple chants." Li Zongbao did not reply. Obviously, he had the spiritual sense forging technique. However, it belonged to the Utopia faction. He could not tell Fairy Hong Xia. Xiao Hua heard and felt a little heartache. He knew why Fairy Hong Xia did not tell him. There were many cultivation methods and secret techniques in his space, and he was slowly comprehending them. He also had the so-called spiritual force forging technique, but most of them were damaged and incomplete, so they weren't very useful. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua took out a jade slip and handed it to Fairy Hong Xia. He said, "This is God's guidance. It is a spiritual sense forging technique. Take it and comprehend it." "No, my dear Xiao." A sweet smile appeared on Fairy Hong Xia's face as she said, "This is the secret technique of your Imperial Thunder Sect. It's not suitable for me to comprehend it yet." Of course, what Fairy Hong Xia said was at this time. If it was at that time after the dual cultivation ceremony, she would definitely ask Xiao Hua for it. It doesn't matter. This isn't a secret technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiao Hua waves his hand, and the jade letter flies in front of Fairy Hong Xia and says, "In the future, if you want any cultivation technique or even other things, you can tell this Xiao." Thank you so much, my dear Xiao." Fairy Hong Xia was overjoyed and accepted the jade slip with a smile. "Big brother, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. I don't have such a secret technique." Xiao Mao's eyes lit up when he heard that it wasn't a secret technique from the Imperial Thunder Sect. "I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "I'll let your senior sister copy it for you." "Thank you, big brother." Xiao Mao called out with a smile and flew in front of Fairy Hong Xia. "Thank you for your trouble, senior sister." Fairy Hong Xia also didn't delay. While flying, she made a copy of the complete God's Guidance and gave it to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao took the jade letter, and just by using his divine sense to scan it, he was dumbfounded. How is this a secret technique? It was simply a cultivation technique. Just the first level of the chant was enough to make him puzzled. Unconsciously, Xiao Mao felt a trace of warmth in his heart. The loneliness that he couldn't dispel all this time seemed to be gradually disappearing. The four of them flew at a leisurely pace for nearly the time it took to eat a meal. In the sky in front of them, in the white dawn, there were about 100 swordsmen wearing the same sword attire, standing in an orderly manner. These swordsmen were all strong and healthy people. Their stature was almost uniform. Qi Qingyi was standing in front of these disciples. Seeing that Xiao Hua and the others were actually smiling and flying over without the slightest bit of panic, he was very surprised. At the same time, the slight delay he had when he received the message from the swordsman had already disappeared. "You really keep your word." Qi Qingyi flew a few feet forward and said with a smile. Xiaohua was no longer hiding behind Li Zongbao like he was during the Dao sword battle. He also flew forward and said with a smile, "There are disciples of the Seven Spirit Mountain all around. I can't go anywhere else even if I want to. I can only keep coming here. People of the sword domain have always been hospitable. I was afraid that you would misunderstand my hospitality, so I wanted to invite you over." Qi Qingyi's expression didn't change as he replied naturally. Xiaohua didn't waste time with him. He pointed his finger and said, "Is this the Brahma Pagoda formation of your Seven Spirit Mountain? You are really impatient." Qi Qingyi shook his head and said, "The Brahma Pagoda formation of my Seven Spirit Mountain is a famous formation in the sword domain. How can it be so simple?" "Oh, what? What do you mean?" Xiaohua was a little confused. "If you don't set up the formation, how can we break it? You should hurry up. We still have to hurry." "Ha ha, you are really interesting." Qi Qingyi laughed. "You can still be so calm in the face of my Seven Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda formation. This is the first time I have seen you." "Yes, I haven't seen it before, but there will be many in the future." Xiaohua nodded and said seriously, "When I establish a sect in the future, I will set a rule. No one can panic when they see the Brahma Pagoda formation of the Seven Spirit Mountain." "Ah, ha ha ha." Qi Qingyi was really laughing very happily. He cupped his hands and said, "Xiaohua, you are indeed a wonderful person. You are worthy of my sword realm transforming into a sword and sending a message to my Seven Spirit Mountain." After a while, Qi Qingyi stopped laughing and said, "If you were a disciple of my sword domain, I would definitely think of ways to befriend you. Unfortunately, you are a disciple of the Dao sect. What a pity." "Pity? What's there to pity?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "Everyone in the world, regardless of whether they're cultivators or swordsmen, are all humans. They're all cultivators. Why can't I befriend them? Even if... Sai, forget it. Actually, among the sword cultivators of your Huan country, there are also people who are magnanimous. I also respect them." Xiaohua naturally couldn't say Ji Ye's name. Instead, he looked at the distant horizon and said, "Oh." A strange look appeared in Qi Qingyi's eyes. He said curiously, "This is also the first time I have heard of this. Previously, all the cultivators I have met didn't see us as cultivators. They only felt that they were of the orthodox Taoism. If everyone was like what you were thinking, I'm afraid that such a meaningless great battle between Taoism and sword would never occur." Xiaohua interrupted Qi Qingyi's words. "Unfortunately, this is only a beautiful wish. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. This is also an ancient saying." "That's right." At this point, Qi Qingyi felt a sense of hypocrisy. He waved his hand and said, "Guests of the Dao sect, please. After everyone enters the formation, the Brahma Pagoda's formation will be activated." "Wait," Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Before entering the formation, I still have a condition." "What condition?" Qi Qingyi frowned. "Why didn't you mention it earlier? It's not too late to mention it now, right?" Xiaohua said indifferently. Qi Qingyi thought for a moment and asked, "What condition do you have? Tell me about it first." "We came here to gain experience. It has nothing to do with the great battle now." Xiaohua said word by word, "Since your sect received Senior Huaijin's message and had no choice but to set up the sword formation, we can naturally accept it. However, life and death are involved within the formation. If we were to use too much force, don't blame us for harming the lives of your sect's disciples. Naturally, if my Seven Spirit Mountains disciples were to use too much force, you must forgive them," Qi Qingyi said indifferently. Then, he quietly listened to Xiaohua's explanation. "We don't want to take too many lives. Therefore, we will try our best to hold back within the formation." Xiaohua looked at the 100 or so Seven Spirit Mountains disciples in the distance and said, "However, I will only hold back in this battle. If we encounter any sword cultivators in the future, I will not show any mercy. I hope you can promise me that once we break the Brahma Pagoda's formation, you will not send any more sword cultivators to harass us." This, Qi Qingyi frowned. He didn't know why Xiaohua was so confident in breaking the formation. However, When he looked at Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and the others, he came to a realization and said with a smile, "I will inform Senior Huaijian of your benevolence. However, I cannot promise you this. I can only promise you that if you break the formation of my Seven Spirit Mountain, my Seven Spirit Mountain's disciples will not stop you. If any Seven Spirit Mountain's disciples try to stop you, you can kill them. My Seven Spirit Mountain will not hold it against you. As for the other sword sects, I don't dare to represent them." Xiao Hua saw that Qi Qingyi had misunderstood and knew that he thought he was stalling and wanted to finish the job in one fell swoop. However, he didn't explain and said, "That's all I have to say. Don't blame me for being ruthless in the future." "All right, I will definitely pass on your words. Please, Senior Huaijian." Qi Qingyi nodded and stepped aside. The 100 or so swordsmen behind him moved at the same time, revealing a passage. However, the 100 or so swordsmen's faces were no longer as calm as before. They had all heard Xiao Hua and Qi Qingyi's words. Xiao Hua's current cultivation was only around the middle stage of foundation establishment, which was equivalent to a 3rd or 4th stage swordsman. He wasn't too far off from these swordsmen's cultivation. However, according to Xiao Hua's words, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Therefore, each and every one of them glared angrily at him. Their gazes were like flying swords that pierced Xiao Hua full of holes. Xiao Hua really didn't put these swordsmen in his eyes. He swaggered and flew in Li Zongbao, and the others were different from Xiao Hua. Their faces were filled with vigilance as they released their divine senses. Only then did they follow Xiao Hua through the gap between the swordsmen. At this moment, the 100 or so swordsmen were still in neat rows, forming a square formation. Xiao Hua and the others had entered a corner of the square. In fact, the entire square was already covered by Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense. There were no strange fluctuations at all. It was no different from ordinary swordsmen standing in the air. Chapter 2763. Of course, these Seven Spirit Mountain swordsmen were weapon cultivators. Their bodies flickered with a faint brilliance. The brilliance circled around them and swam up and down. When Xiao Hua and the others entered, the rhythm of the flickering light and swam was somewhat chaotic. But as Xiao Hua went deeper, the brightness and darkness of the brilliance began to converge. Even the rhythm of the brilliance began to synchronize. "Oh, so that's how it is." Although Xiao Hua was smiling, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Not to mention that the Seven Spirit Mountain had received the order to transform into swords. They would not act rashly. Even if they did not transform into swords, if the Seven Spirit Mountain wanted to meet him, they would definitely not use some sloppy array. Since they dared to set up a sword array, then they must have the confidence to kill him in one strike. The combined attack of 100 weapon cultivators. I'm afraid it's powerful. This young master was exaggerating just now. Xiao Hua's mind world. I shouldn't have let Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and my wife enter the array. This first strike is not easy to receive. After the first strike, this young master will deal a heavy blow. While Xiao Hua was thinking, he had already arrived at the center of the array. This was a space about 100 feet in size. It was also square. "Are you ready, sir?" Qi Qingyi's voice came from outside the weapon cultivators. It sounded like a reminder from fellow disciples who were competing. "This Qi is going to activate the array." Xiao Hua looked around and transmitted a few words to Fairy Hongxia. He raised his voice and said, "This Xiao and the others are ready. Sir, bring it on." Xiao Hua's voice was also gentle. It was impossible to tell that this was a fight between cultivators and swordsmen. His tone was even more indifferent than when he first entered the Thunder Arena. "All right, be careful, sire, the formation." Before Qi Qingyi could finish speaking, his voice trailed off. The weapon cultivators around Xiao Hua and the others simultaneously flashed with a beautiful brilliance. This brilliance was like a rising sun, illuminating the nearby night sky. Moreover, this sun was actually rising slowly, rapidly covering an area of several hundred feet around Xiao Hua and the others. Even Qi Qingyi's words couldn't be heard. Damn, this great array is powerful. Xiao Hua felt that his divine sense and Buddhist consciousness were also being blocked, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. His entire body flashed with faint lightning, and his entire body rapidly rushed up, rushing towards the gap above his head that hadn't closed yet. Unfortunately, it was at this moment that Qi Qingyi's voice rang out from above again. Sir, the Great Formation hasn't been activated yet. According to our previous agreement, you can't attack yet. Why would this young master care so much about you? Xiao Hua sneered and stretched out his hand. A rumbling sound of thunder came from between his hands. This was a spell that he had been thinking about ever since he couldn't summon lightning in the Blood Drop Paradise. Now that he suddenly used it, he was still a little rusty. Your Excellency, please calm down. Qi Qingyi's voice was still filled with concern. If you don't abide by our previous agreement, not only will you not be able to obtain the Spirit Tool's secret refining technique, the Seventh Spirit Mountain will also report this matter to Senior Huajian. If Senior Huajian were to personally take action, would you find it interesting? Well, Xiao Hua hesitated after hearing Qi Qingyi's threat. However, while he was hesitating, the gap above his head sped up. You dare to trick this young master. Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization. His hands moved, and with a crackling sound, a few bolts of lightning appear between his hands, striking towards that crack. His body shot out like a sharp arrow once again. Ha ha, this Qi is thinking for your excellency. Qi Qingyi laughed loudly, and his voice disappeared again. Rumble! The lightning struck the gap that hadn't closed yet, and a huge sound rang out. However, wherever the lightning struck, the brilliance on the weapon cultivator's body became even more intense. Furthermore, this brilliance continued to spread outwards and only stopped after it had spread for several dozen feet. Just as the brilliance returned to its original state, Xiao Hua could clearly see that within the brilliance, in the gaps between the weapon cultivators, the lightning was gradually dissipating with a sizzling sound. Damn it, the Seven Spirit Mountain came prepared. Xiao Hua understood. They must know that this young master's phoenix celestial body can attract lightning. So they set up the Great Brahma Pagoda Formation. This great formation has the ability to avoid lightning, and all the lightning can only concentrate on the gaps between the disciples who set up the formation and can't directly hit the disciples who set up the formation. While Xiao Hua was pondering, the radiance above his head had already merged. Streams of flowing radiance flowed back and forth within the space of several hundred meters like water ripples, covering the figures of the 81 weapon cultivators who set up the formation. Even Xiao Hua's divine sense was blocked within this space and could no longer penetrate it. It seemed like this was another blood drop paradise. Buzz, just as Xiao Hua was about to rush towards the weapon cultivator closest to him, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the radiance all around him. Not good. I'm afraid this is the first attack. Xiao Hua thought to himself. He didn't have time to attack the weapon cultivator closest to him, and his figure rapidly descended. However, he still shouted, "Quickly set up the innate primordial water." Yes. In the center of the Great Formation, Fairy Hongxia had already received Xiao Hua's instructions. When she heard the order, she immediately shook her shoulders, and the Ice Phoenix celestial body that was several hundred meters in size was released. She opened her mouth, and a stream of sparkling innate primordial water sprayed out. Under Fairy Hongxia's control, it protected Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. When Xiao Hua landed, he landed right in the gap of the primordial water. Boom! A huge restrictive force struck from the place where Xiao Hua landed, and it hit the primordial water that covered Xiao Hua's figure. The innate primordial water created waves of several feet high, and Fairy Hongxia's Ice Phoenix celestial body swayed twice. It seemed to be quite strenuous. Moreover, after the radiance dissipated, the restrictive force didn't disappear. Instead, It surrounded the sparkling water and slowly expanded outside of it. Xiaolang. Fairy Hong Xia laughed bitterly. Although I can use the Ice Phoenix celestial body to cast the innate primordial water, part of the attack on the primordial water will also be transmitted to the celestial body. If it was a dozen people, it would be fine, but with nearly 100 people attacking, I'm afraid I won't be able to last long. All right, Xiaohua nodded slightly and said, you just need to protect Senior Brother Li and Xiao Mao. I'll speed up the process of breaking the array. As he spoke, Xiaohua clapped his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. He turned his head and ordered, let me out. Fairy Hong Xia hurriedly activated her Phoenix celestial body. The innate primordial water that was originally easy to break open was now somewhat strenuous under the restrictive force. Open. The moment Xiaohua came out, the innate primordial water immediately met with the restrictive force. He sneered in his heart and activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand. As he chanted an incantation, a blue radiance shot out from the Kunlun mirror and struck the nearest radiance. When a blue light beam struck the radiance immediately froze and turned into a blue ice shard. Within the ice dregs, there was a blue crystal. The figure of an extremely astonished weapon refiner disciple was actually embedded within this crystal. However, the crystal didn't fall. Instead, it hung within the radiance that seemed to be a hole. Wong. Near the crystal, the radiance flickered at the same time. Circles of obscure ripples surged towards the area that was struck. As the radiance flickered, the blue ice shard actually began to melt. The weapon cultivator's figure also began to move. Powerful. Xiaohua secretly praised in his heart and sneered at the same time. If this array was used to deal with ordinary golden core cultivators, it would naturally work. Unfortunately, the one you've met is this young master. How can these 100 or so Foundation establishment swordsmen be a match for this young master? Even if you set up an array, it's still not enough. Go! Xiaohua pointed with his finger, and the Kunlun mirror flew out from his hand, casually shining in a direction. With a whoosh, another blue-colored light beam shot out, and with lightning speed, it struck another weapon refiner disciple. That azure ice crystal appeared once again. At this time, Xiaohua didn't wait for the brilliance to flicker. He urged the Kunlun mirror again. This time, the place that was hit was near the previous location. Within the entire formation, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded. It was as if 100 magical treasures had been activated at the same time. An enormous force that could even sink a mountain into the ground was born from the top of Xiaohua's head, pressing down on Xiaohua. Ha ha! Who's afraid of you? Xiaohua laughed. He divided his divine sense to urge the Kunlun mirror and continued to attack. At the same time, he clapped his hand and held the wishful steel staff in his hand. Like a sturgeon swimming against the current, he rushed towards the huge force. The wishful steel staff in his hand also struck out. Boom, what a huge shock. The entire space was shaking. That huge force was actually caught by Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. Xiaohua's figure didn't even move at all. Like a pine tree, he stood majestically. Do you want to come again? Xiaohua shouted. Following the direction of the force, he rushed up. The wishful steel staff was raised high, and he casually hit a place in the array. Boom! The brilliance was annihilated with the fall of Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. There seemed to be no stagnation. At the place where the wishful steel staff fell, a weapon refiner disciple who had gradually transformed into a magic weapon was also hit out of the array by Xiaohua. The weapon refiner disciple's body slowly recovered. He looked at his figure that was flying further and further away in disbelief. He tried his best to control his balance. Just as Xiaohua turned to look at the weapon refiner next to him who was hit and was about to raise the wishful steel staff again, he heard the voice of Hongxia Fairy. Xiaohua's divine sense swept back and saw that Hongxia Fairy's Ice Phoenix Dharma body could no longer bear the heavy pressure and attack of the Brahma Pagoda's array. It had already been absorbed into her body, and the innate primordial water's defense was also restrained by the imprisonment. It was getting thinner and thinner, and it could no longer be maintained. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, they had already rushed out of the primordial water and took out their respective magic weapons. The magic weapons flashed with brilliance and emitted a strange sound as they attacked the weapon refiner disciple closest to them. However, the weapon refiners were now all in the divine transformation stage. Each of them was like a magic weapon. Although the power of a single magic weapon might not be comparable to Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, under the Brahma Pagoda's array, the Yin and Yang rings and the Heaven and Earth rings were restrained by the magic weapons. They were always hit and were unable to hurt the weapon refiners of the 7 spirit mountains. Chapter 2764. Go! Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. He patted his forehead, and an even more vast primordial true water rushed out from the top of his head, protecting Hong Xia Fairy, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao. You don't have a magic weapon, so wait here for a while. Xiao Hua shouted and waved his staff again. Just as he was about to attack, his gaze fell and he was slightly stunned. Previously, he had already sent a nearby artifact cultivator disciple flying, revealing a gap. But now, that gap had already disappeared, and another artifact cultivator who looked exactly the same appeared in that gap. Strange. What's going on? Xiao Hua felt strange. When he waved his hand, the staff broke the force of imprisonment, and the brilliance around him disappeared, and he sent another disciple flying from the array. However, just as the big array revealed a flaw, the brilliance of the whole array once again flowed like water waves. When a layer of watery brilliance swayed, a disciple naturally appeared in the gap, and then another attack was sent out from the gap of this disciple. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, this big array is like a whole body of water. If I send one flying, it can replace another disciple from the side and transfer the flaw to another place. But what if this young master sends disciples flying again and again? After Xiao Hua understood, he was very happy again. Although these 81 disciples were powerful, and Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Hong Xia Fairy were definitely not their opponents, their attacks could not be seen in Xiao Hua's eyes. Although he could not use the seal of turning the sea, he could not use the flying sword, but with the staff and the Kunlun mirror, Xiao Hua was confident that he could break this array. Come. I'll let you see the power of this young master. Xiao Hua knew that there was something fishy about it. He waved the staff and displayed the heavenly staff technique, smashing it towards the brilliance of the array. Boom, 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 boom. With the fall of the staff, one disciple after another was sent flying by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not need to change places at all. He only needed to hit one place, and the staff would not miss. This is bad. This brat is quite astute. How did you see through the flaws in the formation so quickly? Qi Qingyi stood outside the great formation. When he saw many disciples flying out in just a short while, he was shocked again. Also, this guy's staff technique is like a body cultivator's. He's even stronger than us artifact cultivators. If he continues to fight, the formation will definitely break. However, Qi Qingyi had still underestimated Xiao Hua. Just as he was pondering, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the other side of the great formation. A gentle and slightly mocking voice rang out from there. We have already escaped from the Brahma Pagoda's great formation. Your great formation has been broken by us. This voice belonged to Fairy Hong Xia. However, before she could finish her sentence, a strange goo-goo sound came from the array. The light of the array was suddenly extinguished. "Oh, not good." Fairy Hong Xia screamed again. At this moment, the great formation of the Brahma Pagoda was shaking rapidly. The weapons that were transformed by the artifact cultivators were like stones falling from the peak of a mountain. They quickly collided with each other, producing a ka-ka sound. Following the continuous vibrations, the shape of the great formation rapidly changed. A sharp protrusion slowly rose from the center of the great formation, and the surroundings of the great formation shrank again. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zhongbao's figures were revealed from the side of the Great Formation. They were somewhat stunned as they looked in front of them. A huge pagoda of about 10 feet in height was formed from the Great Formation. The huge pagoda was rather rough, and the weapons that were transformed by the artifact cultivators were bricks in the huge pagoda. There were still some gaps between these bricks. Swoosh, like ripples on water, a ray of light flashed out from the top of the pagoda. It quickly brushed down. Wherever the ray of light passed, the gaps between the bricks would immediately become tight. In the blink of an eye, a huge, lofty pagoda was revealed in midair. When the ray of light reached the bottom of the pagoda, it flashed past each other and immediately rushed up to the top of the pagoda. A loud, buzzing sound rang out within the huge pagoda. This is the real Brahma Pagoda Great Formation. Fairy Hong Xia looked at Li Zhongbao. Li Zhongbao's eyes were also flashing with shock. He could understand the formation of 81 artifact cultivators. However, it seemed like this was the first time he had heard of the 81 artifact cultivators forming a huge weapon. It was even more so the first time he had seen it. Your Excellency and the rest of you, please wait here for a moment. You have all come out, but Xiao Hua has yet to come out. This great formation, he has yet to break it. Qi glanced at Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zhongbao, as if he did not put them in his eyes. After saying a few words, he rushed up to the top of the Brahma Pagoda. Although we have all come out, we can still attack from outside the formation. How could Fairy Hong Xia be at ease with Xiao Hua? She shook her shoulders and was about to release her Ice Phoenix celestial body. Since you have all come out, it means that you have already broken the formation. If you continue to attack, you will be violating the agreement between you and me, Qi Qingyi said coldly. There are 81 disciples here who are also abiding by the agreement. If you're the first to violate it, don't blame me for going back on my words. At that time, who do you think will be the one at a disadvantage? This. Fairy Hong Xia hesitated slightly. Li Zhongbao gave her a look and transmitted his voice. Junior sister, don't be impatient. You know junior brother Zhao's cultivation better than me. He could have come out just now, but he stayed in the formation in order to hold Xiao Mao back. This Brahma Pagoda Great Formation is indeed powerful, but I feel that it is impossible to keep junior brother Xiao here. You and I will just watch from the sidelines. Okay, Fairy Hong Xia was actually worried. When Li Zhongbao said this, she immediately realized what kind of person Xiao Hua was. He was a fierce person who had scared Lu Ruochang away. How could he be trapped in this Brahma Pagoda Great Formation? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to kill and didn't want to reveal his true cultivation, what was there for her to worry about? Before the Brahma Pagoda Great Formation was really activated, Xiao Hua was holding the wishful staff and kicking the weapon cultivator disciples outside the Great Formation. Then, he heard a rumbling sound coming from the space behind him. Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Xiao Hua had been using the Kunlun mirror to emit a frosty air. During this period of time, it had already condensed more than a dozen places in the Great Formation into crystals. The Great Formation emitted a fierce brilliance to repair these crystals. However, at the same time, Xiao Hua had kicked more than a dozen weapon cultivator disciples out of the Great Formation. All of a sudden, there were less than 30 disciples in the Great Formation. Although the entire Great Formation was overflowing with brilliance to repair these gaps, the positions of the 81 weapon cultivator disciples were fixed. Right behind Xiao Hua, a rather large gap had already appeared. With a single glance, one could see that there were roughly 20 or so empty spots for weapon refinement disciples. This Brahma Pagoda Great Formation actually sent the disciples behind Xiao Hua to Xiao Hua. However, because the weapon cultivators in the Great Formation were different, they had no choice but to reveal a slight flaw in the distance from Xiao Hua. Of course, this flaw was only revealed slightly. With a rumbling sound, the brilliance quickly repaired it. Ha ha! This Great Formation has been broken by us. Senior Brother Li, let's go. We'll rush out of the Great Formation. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. His figure swayed, and flew towards the gap. Xiaohua's flying speed was so fast. Although Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and the others were in the center of the Great Formation and were very close to the gap, when Li Zongbao and the other two were not even halfway to the gap, Xiaohua had already swept over their heads. Swoosh, splendor flashed rapidly in the gap. Pa pa pa, sounds rang out. Like building a wall, the great array once again drew weapons from all over and piled them up in the gap. It seemed to be making up for this gap. Fight! How could Xiaohua allow the Great Formation to be repaired again? With the point of his finger, the Kunlun mirror that had already completed its task flashed with an earthy yellow brilliance once again. A powerful surge of magic power condensed in the earth pillar surged towards the gap, immediately diluting the brilliance in the cave. The pa-pa-pa sounds immediately became much softer. Rumble! After the brilliance of the Great Formation was diluted, it shook violently once again. A powerful suction force was generated from all around the Great Formation. Not only were the weapon cultivators who were sent flying by Xiaohua pulled back by the huge force, Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, Xiaohua, and Xiao Mao, who had already rushed to the gap, were also pulled back. Get out! Xiaohua was ranked third. With a wave of his Taoist robe, heaven and earth in the sleeves was unleashed. In an instant, it enveloped Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. With a casual push, it cut off the suction force of the Great Formation. Their bodies became light, and like arrows, they shot out of the rapidly shrinking gap. After sending off the two of them, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and used another heaven and earth in the sleeves to grab Xiao Mao. There was no other way. Xiao Mao's cultivation was the weakest among the four of them. Previously, he was the closest to Xiaohua, but was also far away from the gap. Even when he used all his magic power to fly in this direction, there was still a huge gap. But just as Xiaohua grabbed Xiao Mao, the rumbling sound beside him became even louder. The brilliance of the Kunlun mirror was covered by the brilliance of the Great Formation, and the gap was quickly repaired. Damn it, you can't bully people like this, all right? Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that every time they met with danger together, it would always end up like this. Attack! Xiaohua did not hesitate. He once again activated the Kunlun mirror and was about to launch an attack. At this moment, the entire space emitted a strange sound, as if it was about to destroy the heavens and the earth. The entire space quickly turned upside down and vibrated rapidly. An indescribable, seemingly irresistible wave of energy was produced in the entire space, enveloping Xiaohua and Xiao Mao within. Even the brilliance of the Kunlun mirror was restrained by the rapidly reverberating waves in the space, unable to attack. Instead, it slowly descended and flew above Xiaohua's head. Chapter 2765. Big Brother. Seeing this, Xiao Mao seemed a little ashamed. He looked at Xiaohua and wanted to say something, but found it hard to open his mouth. Don't say anything. Xiaohua laughed. I didn't plan to go out at all. I wanted to send you out first so I could harm these weapon cultivators. Now, you're in for a treat. Take a good look. Yes. Xiao Mao knew that Xiaohua was comforting him. If he wanted to break the array himself, he wouldn't have let the three of them in. Just like what Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao saw from the outside, the entire array changed abruptly. Xiaohua and Xiao Mao were dumbfounded as the array shook violently. However, they were even more shocked than Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia. This was because in their eyes, the array became bigger and bigger. The space in the pagoda grew from 100 feet to a few hundred feet. Of course, if it wasn't the array that became bigger, then it was Xiaohua and Xiao Mao who became smaller. As for who was bigger and who was smaller, Xiaohua and Xiao Mao, who were in the array, naturally couldn't tell. This is the real Brahma Pagoda array. Just like Fairy Hongxia, when Xiaohua saw the pagoda-shaped space within the Brahma Pagoda, he muttered to himself in his heart. It was the 81 magic artifacts that formed the entire Brahma Pagoda. Iwawa, an inexplicable sound came from the top of the pagoda. It slowly descended and reverberated in the entire pagoda space. See, Xiao Mao frowned first, as if a trace of impatience had appeared in his heart. Oh, what's wrong? Xiao Hua didn't feel that there was anything strange about the sound, and looked at Xiao Mao strangely. This sound is very irritating in my ears. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua and answered honestly. And there's a kind of impulse to let go of everything. Let go of everything? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. It feels like everything you do is meaningless. Let go of everything and surrender. Xiao Mao explained. This is the sound attack of weapon cultivators. Damn it, it's really powerful. I see. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. However, this sound didn't have the effect that Xiao Mao had described. I'm afraid it's because of the difference in cultivation level. Xiao Hua didn't think too much about it. He pointed his finger, and the Kunlun mirror once again flashed with brilliance. The entire mirror faced upwards, and with a schwa sound, a green brilliance several feet in size shot out from the Kunlun mirror, shooting straight towards the surface of the pagoda that was flashing with a faint white light. The green brilliance shot straight up, and just as it flew up 1 foot, the misty green threads of light began to transform, and thick green trees began to appear in the brilliance. With a rumbling sound, the green trees collided with each other like mountains and seas of trees. They swayed and collided with the Brahma pagoda. Following the loud roar, the entire pagoda shook violently. The faint Sanskrit chants actually began to appear intermittently amidst the roar. All right. When Xiao Hua saw that the Kunlun mirror was effective, he was overjoyed. He activated the magic power in his body, and rays of green brilliance unceasingly surged out. These rays of brilliance struck the same direction of the Brahma pagoda, causing the entire pagoda to shake incessantly. It seemed like it was about to collapse. Buzz, a milky white brilliance, along with a kind of intense fluctuation, appeared at the top of the pagoda. It covered the bottom of the pagoda and scattered the brilliance of Xiao Hua's Kunlun mirror. And wherever the brilliance went, the shaking of the Brahma pagoda gradually stopped. With just these, Xiao Hua sneered and instructed Xiao Mao. You will fall to the bottom of the great array and see how I will break it. Yes, Xiao Mao knew that he couldn't help, so he released the universe ring to protect himself and flew down. However, as he flew, he slightly turned his head back, as if he was worried about Xiao Hua. Rise! When Xiao Hua saw that Xiao Mao had flown far away, he shouted loudly. He held the Kunlun mirror with both hands, and the tricolored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror soared into the sky, like a waterfall, and struck the top of the Brahma pagoda. Repulse, just before the tricolored brilliance rushed into the Brahma pagoda, a muffled sound came from the top of the pagoda. At the same time, countless rays of white brilliance emerged from all over the Brahma pagoda like fireflies and gathered at the top of the pagoda. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic humanoid figure was formed in front of the tricolored brilliance. This humanoid figure was 3 zhang tall, and its facial features were somewhat blurry. The upper body was slightly clearer, and it had 2 arms and a body. However, the lower body was still formed by the white brilliance, and it didn't transform. When this humanoid figure appeared, it immediately clenched its huge fist and smashed towards the tricolored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror. Boom! With a loud sound, the tricolored brilliance was actually destroyed by the fist. Although the scattered brilliance hit the Brahma pagoda again, it was obvious that the attack on the Brahma pagoda had weakened by a lot, and it didn't pose a threat. Artifact spirit? Seeing the birth of the gigantic spirit, Xiao Hua was shocked at first, but then he came to a realization. Those specks of brilliance that were like fireflies from before were the artifact spirits of every artifact cultivator's artifact. These artifact spirits were extremely weak, and these 81 artifact spirits were gathered together with the help of the Brahma pagoda's great formation, giving birth to an even larger artifact spirit. This artifact spirit was equivalent to the combined power of 81 swordsmen. Not to mention ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. Even Golden Core cultivators would be defeated if they entered this formation. Therefore, it was extremely normal for this gigantic spirit to be able to disperse the attack of Xiao Hua's Kunlun mirror. Good. Understanding this, Xiao Hua beamed with joy. Since these artifact cultivators of the Seven Spirit Mountain could give birth to weak artifact spirits, then Qi Qingyi's promise must be based on something. The Seven Spirit Mountain definitely had a secret technique to create artifact spirits, and since Xiao Hua had broken this formation, would he still have to worry about not being able to obtain the secret technique? You all are really underestimating this young master. Xiao Hua activated the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, "This young master's strength is comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. How can your 81 swordsmen compare to this young master? Not to mention now, even before the great battle of the Sword Catacomb, these 81 swordsmen were no match for this young master. Did this young master eat those 360 Foundation establishment pills for nothing?" As he thought about this, the thick brilliance of the Kunlun mirror shot out again and shot towards the gigantic spirit. Roar! The gigantic spirit grabbed with its hand, and its palm, which was several feet in size, directly slapped down, covering the three rays of brilliance. Immediately, a huge force was born from the Kunlun mirror, pressing down the Kunlun mirror by several feet. Oh! Xiao Hua's figure naturally followed the Kunlun mirror down by several feet, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Although this Kunlun mirror was marvelous, it wasn't a spirit artifact after all. In front of an artifact spirit, all attacks were restricted. Fine, this young master is still in his old profession. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, the Kunlun mirror flew into the air, and the three rays of brilliance aimlessly attacked the entire Brahma Pagoda. Xiao Hua slapped his hand, and the wishful staff appeared in his hand again. He casually waved the staff and rushed into the air. Roar! The gigantic spirit seemed to have some spiritual intelligence. It roared and grabbed with its hand, and the huge force of imprisonment mixed with a strong force grabbed toward Xiao Hua. If nothing unexpected happened, even a demonic artifact couldn't block this grab of the gigantic spirit. The power of imprisonment and attack would definitely fall on Xiao Hua's body. But how could the physical body of a Dao sect cultivator resist the artifact spirits condensed by 81 artifacts? Unfortunately, this Brahma Pagoda array met Xiao Hua. Boom! The wishful staff, which didn't belong to the five elements, was able to hit the palm of the artifact spirit. In addition to the power of imprisonment and attack being scattered by Xiao Hua's wishful staff, the palm of the artifact spirit was also shattered by the wishful staff. The shattered pieces of the artifact spirit rotated in the air for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and wanted to merge back into the gigantic spirit. However, the fragments swam around the gigantic spirit's palm for a moment, and then flew towards the top of the pagoda. So that's how it is. Xiao Hua laughed and waved the wishful staff in his hand again. He rushed to the side of the gigantic spirit, and with a crackling sound, he fought with the gigantic spirit. The gigantic spirit was just an artifact spirit. Although it had some spiritual intelligence, it could only use offensive methods and completely rely on its own vast power. How could it know anything about close combat? Encountering Xiao Hua, whose spiritual power was not weaker than the gigantic spirit, he was not afraid of his imprisonment at all. Moreover, the wishful staff was an opponent that could hit the gigantic spirit's body. Outside the Brahma Pagoda, Qi Qingyi stood at the top of the pagoda. He could see clearly from the outside, and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. He really didn't expect that Xiao Hua's spiritual power could be comparable to 81 artifact cultivators. He also understood in his heart that within this Brahma Pagoda array, Xiao Hua couldn't fake it. He could only fight the gigantic spirit head-on. What was even more unexpected was that Xiao Hua actually had a demonic artifact, and this demonic artifact could even hit the artifact's spirit. Could it be that? Qi Qingyi raised his hand, somewhat hesitant. Just as Qi was thinking for a moment, the gigantic spirit's arms had been completely defeated by Xiaohua, and all the scattered artifact spirits had gathered at the top of the Brahma Pagoda. The Kunlun mirror was still fierce, and from time to time, it attacked the Brahma Pagoda, which had lost its host. However, fortunately, the gigantic spirit's arms were just a formality. He could attack from all over his body, which was why he was able to block Xiaohua. This kind of clumsy artifact spirit tempering method is only SOSO. Xiaohua's figure was far from being comparable to the clumsy gigantic spirit. The wishful staff could always defeat the gigantic spirit's body. Xiaohua couldn't help but scoff at this. When Xiaohua flew to the back of the gigantic spirit, he roared, "You go to hell." Immediately, the wishful staff was raised high and hit the gigantic spirit's back extremely heavily. Although the gigantic spirit's body was huge and the wishful staff was only 3 feet in size, as the wishful staff hit, there was a loud rumbling sound. The gigantic spirit's back collapsed rapidly, and a fist-sized black hole was created by the wishful staff. Moreover, this black hole did not heal, and then it expanded again. It was like a beast's mouth, swallowing the entire gigantic spirit. Naturally, after the artifact spirits that formed the gigantic spirit's body were swallowed by this black hole, they scattered and could no longer form the gigantic spirit. They flew to the top of the pagoda. Chapter 2766. This giant spirit is the same as the Brahma Pagoda. Although there are only 81 weapon spirits, the flashing brilliance can connect together and actually form a Dharma idol that is several zhang tall. This 7-spirit mountain still has some foundation. Xiaohua put away the wishful staff and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the top of the pagoda. He thought to himself, if this young master's phoenix celestial body was still here, wouldn't it be several times more powerful than this bullshit weapon spirit? Damn it, this won't do. This young master wants to see the heavenly law embodiment technique of the devil world and see if I can cultivate another Dharma idol. Shua, seeing that the 81 weapon spirits had all gathered at the top of the pagoda, all the weapon spirits began to boil again. An indescribable fluctuation came from the top of the pagoda. Obviously, the top of the pagoda was the center of the entire Brahma Pagoda's array. A strange sound like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves came from the top of the pagoda. Then, a cold wind blew across the cliff, and the sharp sound did not stop. What kind of trick is this? Xiaohua frowned. A little bit of dark green color came out from the top of the pagoda. Suddenly, this dark green color lit up all the weapon spirits, and the brilliance of the weapon spirits flashed rapidly. Whoa! Another extremely resounding sound came. All the weapon spirits suddenly turned into swords. The 1-foot-long brilliance was like a flying sword, and with a tail behind it, it came crashing down. In the end, they're still sword cultivators from the Huan country. They're still unable to break free from the shackles of sword cultivation. Xiaohua laughed and pointed his finger at the Kunlun mirror. The tricolor brilliance on the mirror spread out and blocked Xiaohua's body, blocking the entire lower half of the Brahma Pagoda. However, contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, when these flying swords fell in front of the tricolored brilliance, they suddenly accelerated and rushed through the brilliance like meteors falling from the sky. The defense of the Kunlun mirror was actually ineffective against these flying swords. Why is that? Xiaohua was stupefied, but soon after, he was greatly shocked. He also encountered this situation when he killed Qin. Weren't these the sole swords used by the sword cultivators of the Huan country? Not good. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. As he cried out in alarm, the soul strands within the mysterious dark cloud quickly rushed out from the soul mark between his eyebrows. Every strand of soul rippled violently as they formed a strange net, blocking Xiaohua's path. A series of shrill sounds rang out as if a whirlwind had been set off in the entire Brahma Pagoda's great array. The dozens of soul swords were actually blocked by Xiao Hua's soul threads. They were like flying insects that had fallen into a spider's web, flapping up and down, but they were unable to break free. As for Xiao Hua, it was clear that he had reached his limit to resist the dozens of soul swords by himself. His glabella felt a sharp pain as he tried his best to block the soul swords. If it was said that he had the will to destroy these dozens of soul swords, he was still lacking in strength. But at this moment, Xiao Hua's figure appeared, and a panicked voice sounded, "Big brother, oh no!" Someone slipped through the net. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiao Hua understood what was going on. Although he had used his soul strands to block several dozen soul swords, there were still close to 10 soul swords that had passed through his soul strands, and were heading towards Xiao Mao, who was at the bottom of the pagoda. Go! Xiao Hua turned pale with fright. He knew that, with Xiao Mao's cultivation, there was no way he could block the soul swords. He hastily pulled out many soul strands and chased after the soul swords. Unfortunately, the soul swords were like lightning, and at the same time Xiao Mao was calling for help, they had already pierced into his glabella. Xiao Mao's cries stopped, his eyes closed, and he fainted. It seemed that Shu and Yin School's contribution in the great battle of Dao and Sword was about to be destroyed. Xiao Hua's eyes were about to crack, and he was extremely regretful of his negligence. However, his soul strand was still extremely far away from Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua couldn't think of any good way to deal with the soul swords other than his soul strands. Even if he wanted to call out the little white dragon, it was too late at this critical moment. Just as the dozens of soul sword were about to pierce Xiao Mao's glabella, a soft boom sounded. It was as if a ball of mist had exploded, and a ball of dark green brilliance appeared from Xiao Mao's glabella. That brilliance was like a ball of runes, and it rapidly flashed, blocking the dozens of soul swords. Xiao Hua was dumbstruck. This looks like green seal script? Just as this thought appeared in Xiao Hua's mind, that rune suddenly dispersed. It really did look like a green seal script, and it spiraled around the dozens of soul swords. Then, the brilliance faded, and the rune rapidly shrank, turning into a ball smaller than the tip of a needle, and shrank into Xiao Mao's glabella. Good! Xiao Hua's divine sense went out, and he saw that Xiao Mao was still unconscious, but there was no change in his aura. Those dozens of soul swords simply didn't have any effect on him. Xiao Hua couldn't help but secretly rejoice. However, when Xiao Hua saw the dozens of soul swords trembling on the soul strands, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Come! Hundreds of soul strands escaped from the net and wrapped around one of the soul swords, and without hesitation, sent it into his glabella. And when that soul sword fell into the mysterious dark clouds, it couldn't maintain the shape of a soul sword, and reverted to the appearance of a weapon cultivator. That weapon cultivator's soul was entangled by the soul strands, and he couldn't move at all. He tried his best to struggle free, and he appeared to be extremely panicked. Xiao Hua sneered. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Of course, this young master wanted to be merciful, but you forced me step by step, and in the end, you actually wanted to use soul swords. Qi Qingyi didn't even put your lives in his eyes, so why should this young master be stingy? Then, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit descended from the pure spirit sky, and like a god, he opened his mouth and swallowed that soul. An indescribable feeling of satisfaction came from Xiao Hua's primordial spirit, and it made Xiao Hua feel extremely comfortable. Then, Xiao Hua didn't hold back anymore, and swallowed 10 weapon spirits in a row. And after swallowing 10 weapon spirits, his primordial spirit didn't feel full at all, as if even if there were 100 weapon spirits, he would still be able to swallow them all. However, at this moment, a ray of light fell from the top of the pagoda, and Qi Qingyi's voice came from the top of the pagoda. Xiao Hua, you've already won. Release my 7 spirit mountain's disciples, and this qi will immediately remove the Great Formation. Don't, Xiao Hua sneered. This Great Formation hasn't been broken yet, and this Xiao is still doing his best to resist. If you go easy on me like this, it won't be easy to explain to Senior Huajian. Sigh, please don't joke around, sir. Qi Qingyi fell into the Great Formation and smiled bitterly. Out of the 81 disciples who set up the Great Formation of my Brahma Pagoda, 24 have already fallen. This Great Formation is far from the previous Great Formation. Sir, please release the other disciples, and my 7 Spirit Mountain will keep our promise and won't make things difficult for you. Is that so? Xiao Hua sneered. This shout doesn't seem to see your sincerity. All right. Qi Qingyi clapped his hand, and a thumb-sized jade ring appeared. He waved his hand, and the jade ring drew an arc in the air before landing in front of Xiao Hua. This is the secret technique for forging weapon spirits that this qi promised before. It's my 7 Spirit Mountain secret, and now it belongs to you. Oh, you're actually this generous? Xiao Hua almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. How could the 7 Spirit Mountain give out the secret technique so easily? Moreover, this jade ring looked very simple and unadorned. It should be a strange item, so how could Qi Chengyi casually take it out from the 7 Spirit Mountain? This Qi can swear a sword oath that this contains the secret technique for forging weapon spirits that my 7 Spirit Mountain obtained, and this Qi promised you before. Qi Qingyi looked at the dozens of soul swords that had already dimmed, and said urgently, Sir, you can release my 7 Spirit Mountain disciples now. How can that be? You've already fulfilled your promise to me. But what about my brother? Xiao Hua pointed at Xiao Mao, who had fainted at the bottom of the pagoda. He was injured by your 7 Spirit Mountain disciples. So, and no matter what, you should compensate him, right? What? Compensate? Give Xiao Mao. Qi Qingyi stuttered. This doesn't seem to be part of our previous agreement. Yes, it's not part of our agreement, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Our agreement was that this Xiao would destroy the Great Formation, but this Great Formation hasn't been destroyed yet, right? Also, you seem to have broken the agreement and barged into the Great Formation. Furthermore, this Xiao even suspects that you're controlling the Great Formation from the outside. Fine. Qi Qingyi was truly at his wit's end. Looking at Xiao Hua's sinister smile, he gritted his teeth and said, What do you want? Xiao Hua smiled and extended a finger, waving it in front of Qi Qingyi. What does this mean? Qi Qingyi didn't understand. Then, his face suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He pointed at Xiao Mao at the bottom of the pagoda and said, Sir, look, Xiao Mao has already woken up. How can this be? Xiao Hua didn't even look and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Xiao Mao, if you want something good, close your eyes. Yes, this little brother understands. Xiao Mao's eyes were originally moving, ready to open, but after hearing Xiao Hua's words, he immediately closed his already slightly open eyelids, his eyes even more motionless. Qi Qingyi opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. In the end, he looked at Xiao Hua and said, What does this mean? A Dharma treasure. Xiao Hua waved his finger and said with a smile, A Dharma treasure that's close to spirit qi. How can this be? Qi Qingyi shook his head without hesitation. My 7 Spirit Mountain is an artifact cultivator. How can we have a Dharma treasure? What's more, a Dharma treasure that's close to a spirit artifact. Then there's nothing we can do. Xiao Hua sighed. My brother was injured to this extent and is still unconscious. If it wasn't for a Dharma treasure, how could we wake him up? If he doesn't wake up, then these 60 or so 7 Spirit Mountain disciples won't be able to wake up either. Then let them accompany Xiao Mao. Qi Qingyi sneered. He turned around and was about to fly to the top of the pagoda. Your 7 Spirit Mountain really doesn't have it? Xiao Hua hurriedly called out to Qi Qingyi. We really don't have it. Qi Qingyi answered resolutely. Then forget it, Xiao Hua said irritably. Forget about the Dharma treasure. Give your artifact refinement secret technique to Xiao Mao. Artifact refinement technique? He shook his head even more. We only use our bodies to fuse with artifacts. We don't refine artifacts. Chapter 2767. Tell me, you have neither Dharma treasures nor refining skills. How are you going to compensate Xiao Mao? Xiao Hua glanced at the storage bag on Qi Qingyi's waist and sneered. Are you going to use the refining materials in your storage bag? When Qi Qingyi heard this, he became even angrier. Without thinking, he slapped his hand, took off his storage pouch, and tossed it to Xiao Hua, saying, I have some materials for refining artifacts here. If you like them, then take them all. However, when the storage bag flew out of his hand, Qi Qingyi's expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. However, Xiao Hua was so quick-witted. When he saw the storage bag fly out of his hand, he waved his hand and used heaven and earth sleeve. He grabbed Qi Qingyi's storage bag and sent it into the dimension without even looking at it. He said calmly, All right, since you have nothing, the things in this storage bag will be your compensation to Xiao Mao. It may not be much, but it's enough. Then Xiao Hua said loudly, Xiao Mao, hurry up and thank Qi Qingyi. When Xiao Mao heard this, he jumped up from the bottom of the pagoda and cupped his hands. Thank you. Qi Qingyi was so angry that his nose was almost crooked. However, he still said with a bitter face, Can you let them go now? Yes, of course. Xiao Hua nodded and turned around. Xiao Mao, go out first and see if your senior brother Li and senior sister are all right. Yes, I understand. Xiao Maozhong flew out from the top of the pagoda where Qi Qingyi had landed. Seeing Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao standing leisurely in the distance, he laughed and asked loudly, Senior brother, senior sister, are the two of you all right? Fairy Hongxia was confused when she heard the joy in Xiao Mao's voice. She looked at Li Zongbao and replied, We are naturally fine. What's wrong? Big brother, and senior sister are both fine, Xiao Mao said to Xiao Hua. Then he looked up at Fairy Hongxia and said, Big brother and I are naturally fine as well. All right. Xiao Hua nodded and kept the soul strands. Without waiting for the soul swords to return to their respective artifacts, he ignored Qi Qingyi and flew out of the Brahma Pagoda's great array. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't notice the slight smile on Qi Qingyi's lowered face. This smile seemed a little strange. However, this strange smile disappeared in a flash. Qi Qingyi suddenly thought of something and said loudly, Xiao Hua, I suddenly remembered something. Let's talk after we get out. Xiao Hua didn't pay any attention to him and swaggered off. Qi Qingyi felt helpless as he looked at the soul swords that were returning to their original positions. Xiao Mao naturally followed behind Xiao Hua. He didn't know what had happened to him and only thought that he was saved by Xiao Hua again. He was already used to being saved by Xiao Hua, so he didn't care about it one more time. However, when Xiao Mao flew out of the Brahma Pagoda, he felt his eyes brighten. It was as if the first rays of the morning sun were brighter and clearer. Looking at the ordinary scenery in front of him, his heart was filled with joy. He really liked the feeling of someone caring for him. Moreover, he had a feeling that he had just woken up from a good sleep. A kind of full spirit filled his entire body. What's going on? He had this feeling occasionally in the past. Involuntarily, Xiao Mao released his divine sense. However, just as his divine sense left his body, it was detected by Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked back at him and transmitted a message. Don't be impatient. Xiao Mao's heart trembled. He hurriedly retracted his divine sense and obediently followed behind Xiao Hua. Darling Xiao, Fairy Hongxia had long been paying attention to the entire Brahma Pagoda. When she saw Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao's figures fly out from the top of the pagoda, she hurriedly flew over. On the other hand, Li Zongbao stood quietly in his original position, looking around vigilantly. Xiao Hua smiled as he flew towards Fairy Hongxia. His divine sense naturally swept across the entire area. Just like Li Zongbao, he wanted to see if there was anything strange. When he saw that the entire Brahma Pagoda was only a few feet in size, he couldn't help but be stunned. Oh, this Brahma pagoda is actually so small. Looks like this Brahma pagoda formation is not simple. Xiao Hua's eyes showed that he was deep in thought. Since it can shrink the size of the people who enter the formation, then can it also reduce the power of the people who enter the formation? Although this Brahma pagoda does not have the faint power of the natural order of the blood drop grotto heaven, it is still very powerful. This 7 spiritual mountains should not be underestimated. Are you all right? Fairy Hong Xia flew in front of Xiao Hua. Although she knew that Xiao Hua was fine, she still couldn't help but ask. The concern in her eyes were obvious. I'm fine. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. However, his face was still carefree. He waved his hand nonchalantly and said, "How can such a small trick be a match for me? Moreover, Xiao Mao is here. Breaking this formation is as easy as lifting a finger. You're just bragging." Fairy Hong Xia curled her lips and looked at Xiao Mao. His face was glowing red as if he had eaten a lot of nourishment. It seemed that he did not suffer any losses in the Brahma pagoda formation. Boom! There was a slight tremor. It was like a rolling stone. Starting from the top of the Brahma pagoda, it started to collapse until it reached the base of the Brahma pagoda. One by one, the magical artifacts glowed and lined up in midair. In the middle of these magical artifacts was Qi Qingyi, who had an extremely unnatural expression. Swoosh, swoosh, rays of light flashed past like clear water. These magical artifacts began to reveal the figures of the disciples of the 7 spiritual mountains. However, at this time, the disciples of the 7 spiritual mountains were no longer as arrogant and disdainful as before. Other than their dispirited expressions, their eyes were filled with fear. When their gazes swept past Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao, it was like a mouse that had seen a cat. They quickly dodged and swayed left and right, as if they were scared out of their wits. After the Brahma pagoda disappeared, another 20 magical artifacts appeared in its original position. These magical artifacts glowed faintly and seemed to be of good quality. "You guys, keep these for now." Qi Qingyi raised his hand as if he was going to put these magical artifacts into his storage bag. However, his hand was in midair and he pointed at the disciples beside him. "Damn it, we've been tricked." When Xiao Hua saw these magical artifacts, he immediately realized these magical artifacts were originally created by the disciples of the 7 spiritual mountains. However, their soul swords have been destroyed, so their low-level artifact spirits probably no longer exist. Although these magical artifacts can't compare to the seal of ocean destruction, they're still very good. Why didn't I think of this at the time? Ji is also from the 7 spiritual mountains, so he's naturally the same as them. Of course, I don't want them, but Xiao Mao does. Wouldn't any one of them be better than the one he has now? That's not right. These magical artifacts, why are they exactly the same? I understand now. These magical artifacts are all used to set up the Brahma pagoda formation. These disciples of the 7 spiritual mountains were specially raised. They probably have the same bloodline, grew up together with you, and fused the same magical artifacts into their bodies. That's why they were able to form the same formation and the same artifact spirit. These magical artifacts, even if they lost their artifact spirits, the 7 spiritual mountains would never leak them out. Qi Qingyi definitely wouldn't dare to take the initiative to give one to himself. However, Xiao Hua still shouted, "You don't seem to be honest. Aren't these just magical artifacts? You're saying that the 7 spiritual mountains don't have any magical artifacts of their own?" "No, I don't want a storage bag anymore. I'll exchange it for this magical artifact." Really?" Qi Qingyi raised his eyebrows and was overjoyed. However, he immediately realized that his expression was inappropriate and hurriedly covered it up. These magical artifacts are the heirlooms of the 7 spiritual mountains. How could I give them to you? Then he frowned again and said with some difficulty, "However, you did indeed break the formation and Xiao Mao was indeed injured. My previous methods were also a bit extreme. How about this? I'll make the decision. If you return the storage bag to me, I'll compensate Xiao Mao with a magical artifact. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a magical artifact fell into his hand. He looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. The change in Qi Qingyi's expression was quite obvious. Xiao Hua was just casually making a fuss. When he heard that Qi Qingyi was actually willing to exchange, he couldn't help but be stunned. How could I give away something that's already in my hands? Xiao Hua's mind turned, and he laughed mischievously. How about you set up another Brahma pagoda formation, and I'll use this storage bag as a wager with this magical artifact. Hearing this, Qi Qingyi's expression became even more bitter. He didn't know whether he should give away the magical artifact in his hand or not. After thinking for a moment, Qi Qingyi said very earnestly, Xiao Hua, I was a bit too excited just now. I didn't think much and just threw the storage bag over. Actually, inside, besides some Qi refinement materials, there are also some miscellaneous items. These items are very important to me. Although this magical artifact is also a treasure of the 7 spiritual mountains, and I might be punished by the sword school for taking matters into my own hands, I'm willing to exchange this magical artifact with you. Please return the storage bag to me. I'll be eternally grateful. Big brother. Xiao Mao's eyes flashed with excitement. He transmitted his voice. I think that magical artifact is pretty good. Don't worry about it. Xiao Hua transmitted his voice in a low voice. This magical artifact is very important to the 7 spiritual mountains. Qi Qingyi doesn't have the qualifications to give it to me. Since he dared to do this, there must be something good in his storage bag. As he thought about this, Xiao Hua couldn't help but order his primordial spirit in the space to open the storage bag. At this moment, Xiao Hua's primordial spirit in the space already had a certain degree of mobility. Not only could it farm, it could even prune. Opening the storage bag wasn't difficult for it. There's quite a lot of things. Xiao Hua opened the storage bag. There were quite a lot of refining materials, some spirit stones, and some strange items. When he saw a long white bone, he was overjoyed. Moreover, when the long white bone appeared in the space, it immediately flashed with lightning and flew to the pile of white bones from before. It was precisely where one of the thigh bones was. Damn it, I haven't found this bone for a long time. Xiao Hua thought to himself, now that it's in my hands, how can I return it to you? Chapter 2768. Seeing Qi Changyi's strange behavior, Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and laughed. Forget it. Since you're so troubled, I won't exchange it with you. Seeing Xiao Hua turn a deaf ear to his words, Qi Changyi's expression became even more helpless. After thinking for a moment, he transmitted his voice to Zhong Yu again. Actually, I still want to tell you something. This. AI, forget it. I'll be honest with you. There's something in this storage bag that I've just obtained. It can be said to be extremely important, but it can also be said to be fake. I'm going to hand it over to the Sword's Gate. If Your Excellency can return this item to me, this Qi will be truly grateful. Oh, something extremely important? The greedy Xiao Hua immediately had stars in his eyes. He transmitted his voice. What is it? This. I'm not sure what it is. Qi Qingyi smiled bitterly. It's because I'm not sure that I was careless. Also, this item is completely useless to you. Since you have no use for it, can you return to me? Seeing that Qi Qingyi refused to say what it was, Xiao Hua's curiosity grew. He flipped his nascent spirit over and didn't find anything special. He thought to himself, other than that white bone, there's nothing good in here. Since this white bone is in my space, how can I return it to you? Since you can't even be sure, then what's the use of this item? Forget it. This item already belongs to Xiao, so you shouldn't think about it. That item is really useless to you, sir. Why don't you take this Dharma artifact? Qi Qingyi directly presented the Dharma artifact to Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua turned a deaf ear to Qi Chengyi's earnest gaze and Xiao Mao's longing gaze. He waved his hand and said, It's not easy for you to come out. How can I let you bear the heavy punishment of your sect? This artifact. Xiao Mao can't accept it. Then, he looked up at the dozens of 7 Spirit Mountain disciples. When they saw Xiao Hua looking at them, they couldn't help but tremble and lower their heads. Xiao Hua said to Qi Qingyi indifferently, "You came here on Senior Huajin's orders to stop us. You and I made a bet with our strength. Now, we've already broken your 7 Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda formation. This Xiao will say it clearly in advance. We came to Hung Country today to gain experience and have no other intentions. Therefore, for this first round, this Xiao has already shown mercy. Today, this Xiao reiterates that if any sword cultivator disciple dares to harass us again, we will not show mercy. Your Excellency, remember these words. Otherwise, if more disciples of Huan Country bleed in the future, don't blame this Xiao." "Oh, all right." Qi Qingyi smiled bitterly. "My 7 Spirit Mountain has already fulfilled Senior Huajian's request. We will not disturb you in the future. As for the other sword friends, I can only inform them. As for whether or not they will listen, I cannot guarantee. Furthermore, Your Excellency." Qi Qingyi seemed like he wanted to say something, but Xiao Hua didn't allow him to be long-winded. He waved his hand and said, "Your Excellency, just pass on the message. As for whether they live or die, that's their choice." Finished talking, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said to Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, "Let's go." If they find it, this Xiao doesn't mind using blood to write the name of the terrifying phoenix on the soil of Huan Country. "That's right," Li Zongbao said calmly. "The more sword cultivators we kill, the greater our fame." Then, the 4 of them flew into the sky and left. After watching the 4 of them fly far away, Qi Qingyi's face revealed a trace of seriousness and a cold smile. However, he turned his head to look at the dozens of 7 Spirit Mountain disciples who were lucky enough to survive and said in a low voice, "What happened in the Brahma Pagoda? How did your soul swords get destroyed by 2 Dao sect disciples?" The few disciples who had drawn their swords looked at each other with puzzlement on their faces. They said in a low voice, "Reporting to Uncle Master Qi, we transformed into weapon spirits, so we weren't too clear about the situation in the Great Formation. We only felt that when we attacked with our soul swords, he also had a soul technique defense. He actually blocked our soul swords. Moreover, when we touched his defense, fear and panic appeared in our soul swords. It was as if we were in danger of being swallowed by him at any moment." How? How is that possible?" Qi Qingyi was shocked. "According to what you said, isn't Xiao Mao even more terrifying?" "We didn't attack Xiao Mao, so we didn't know," the disciple replied in a low voice. "You transformed into soul swords, so of course you didn't see it." Qi Qingyi sighed. "I saw it clearly. Xiao Mao was hit by some of the disciples' soul swords. However, there was a strange green brilliance on his body. It seemed similar to a soul cultivator. Our soul swords were obtained from a soul cultivator." The disciple smiled. "If Xiao Mao is related to soul cultivators, I'm afraid he really treated us as nourishment. But Xiao Hua doesn't have any strange divine ability." Qi Qingyi frowned, somewhat puzzled. "We don't know either." Many disciples lowered their heads. It was obvious that Xiao Hua's influence on them had not dissipated. "Forget it. You can go back." Qi Qingyi waved his hand and said to the disciples in the distance, "Order the other disciples to retract my previous order. Don't chase after these Dao sect cultivators." Yes, the disciples received the order and sent out flying swords. Not long after, a first-grade illusory swordsman flew over and shouted from afar, "Senior Brother Qi, why did you let them go so easily? If Senior Huashan pursues this matter, how will we explain it?" "Explain it?" Qi Qingyi looked at the swordsman in the distance and sneered. "Junior brother, it's easy for you to say that. That's the terrifying phoenix that killed Qin Jian. How do you expect me to stop it? Our 7 Spirit Mountain sword array is not to be trifled with. Didn't you?" The junior brother was about to say something when Qi Qingyi waved his hand and said indifferently, "Let's not talk about it." "Why?" the junior brother asked curiously. Did you not set up the array? Sigh. Qi shook his head. Of course I did. Moreover, the Brahma Pagoda array of 81 people was easily broken by them. Also, then, Qi roughly explained the situation. The junior brother was stunned and asked curiously, Senior brother, why didn't you set up a Brahma Pagoda array of 180 people? If you use a 180 people array, what's the difference between that and me personally? Yeah, why didn't you go? The junior brother asked curiously. You don't know anything. Qi said softly. If Xiao Hua and the others could kill Qin Jian, why can't they kill us? I admit that I'm no match for Qin Jian. However, our seven-spirit mountain can't ignore Senior Huashan's orders. The seniors in our sect entrusted this matter to me because Xiao Hua and the others are foundation establishment cultivators. I used a Brahma Pagoda array of 81 people because I was confident that I could kill an early-stage golden core cultivator. Since this array didn't work, I can naturally explain it to our sect, and our sect can also explain it to Senior Huashan. If I personally went, even if I died, who would know? But, Senior brother, you can explain it. But what about our seven-spirit mountain? How can we explain it to Senior Huashan? The junior brother sighed again. I naturally have a plan. With that, a sword light appeared under Qi Qingyi's feet, and he flew up. Senior brother, hurry up and tell us, what's your plan? The junior brother hurriedly chased after him and asked softly. Qi Qingyi's voice came from the wind. I have two plans. The first one is that I have a secret technique in my storage bag that allows me to fuse with my body into an artifact. It's a secret technique that everyone in our seven-spirit mountain knows. Although that secret technique, it's still our seven-spirit mountains. How could you? The junior brother's voice became softer and softer. Think about it. Our seven-spirit mountain has no use for this secret technique. What if a Dao sect cultivator wants to learn on a whim? Qi Qingyi's voice also became softer. Moreover, our sect seniors would allow it. I understand. You're the second one. The junior brother laughed cunningly. The second one. Qi Qingyi's voice was almost inaudible. Xiao Hua didn't know that Qi Qingyi, whom he had a good impression of, had set up so many obstacles for him. At this moment, he was still proudly lecturing Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao, don't be greedy for that artifact. Although that artifact's quality isn't bad, to be honest, don't you think that there's a seven-spirit mountain disciple soul in it? You won't feel safe using it in the future. Don't worry, Qi Qingyi's storage bag has plenty of materials for refining artifacts. When I have time, I'll personally refine one for you. Big brother, you know how to refine artifacts? Xiao Mao's originally depressed heart instantly became excited. Xiao Hua realized that he had let it slip, so he didn't try to hide it. I didn't know how to refine a little bit. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked him for the forging method for an artifact spirit. Big brother, I really admire you. What else can't you do besides giving birth? Xiao Mao asked with a smile. Although I don't know how to give birth, can a child be born without me? Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and said proudly. Fairy Hong Xia, who was originally beside Xiao Hua, immediately blushed. She glared fiercely at Xiao Hua, then flew forward in embarrassment and anger. Xiao Mao elbowed Xiao Hua. Although he didn't say anything, the playful smile in his eyes was obviously laughing at Xiao Hua for blowing his own trumpet. Xiao Hua naturally chuckled and shrugged his shoulders with a helpless expression. Xiao Mao already had a dual cultivation partner, Qin Jian, who had the same name as Qin Jian, so he naturally knew what to do at this moment. He didn't say anything and flew to Li Zhongbao's side, as if he wanted to ask for advice, leaving Xiao Hua alone behind. Xiao Hua was helpless. He glared at Xiao Mao's back and could only fly to the front, to the left of the angry fairy Hong Xia. Chapter 2769. Fairy Hong Xia looked at Xiao Hua coldly and ignored him. She flew up again, and her speed increased by a lot. Xiao Hua knew how to be obedient and did not say much. He followed behind Fairy Hong Xia, like a shadow. Fairy Hongxia dodged a few more times, but how could she fly faster than Xiaohua? Seeing that she could not get rid of him, she simply flew forward with a cold face. Xiaohua turned his eyes slightly inside. AI. Fairy Hongxia heard this and was slightly stunned. She was about to speak, but just as she opened her mouth, she came to a realization. She understood that Xiaohua was playing hard to get, so she closed her mouth and did not reply. AI. Xiaohua could only sigh again. Fairy Hongxia only looked forward and turned a deaf ear to Xiaohua's sighs. She did not know how many times Xiaohua sighed. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and turned around. Why are you sighing? Are you unable to find a female cultivator who will give birth to a child with you? I want to see which female cultivator will give birth to a child with you. Hearing Fairy Hongxia's words, Xiaohua was happy. Nonsense. He was not afraid of the female cultivator being angry and scolding. He was afraid that the female cultivator would not say anything. AI, didn't you ask me just now? Xiaohua's face showed a trace of seriousness and said sadly, Shue shue, oh right. Fairy Hongxia immediately thought of the matter before the battle with the equipment cultivator of Seven Spirit Mountain and said anxiously, Sister Shue, what's wrong? I was a little jealous before. If Xiaohua does not like it, I will not say it in the future. AI, it's not like that. Xiaohua's sighs became a habit and said, didn't I tell you before? The last time I went on the training, I was with Shue Shue. Xiaohua then told Fairy Hongxia about Shue Shue's strange behavior. He took out the pink jade slip and said with a bitter smile, actually, ever since I came back from the last training, I have not seen Shue Shue. She has always been in closed-door cultivation. I always felt that she was hiding something from me. But when I asked her, she did not say a word. I feel that she is completely different from the Shue Shue of the past. Fairy Hongxia took the pink jade letter and looked at it with her spiritual sense before carefully returning it to Xiaohua. She thought for a moment and said softly, I'm also a female cultivator. If I put myself in her shoes, I think I can understand Sister Shue Shue's painstaking efforts. Oh, tell me. Xiaohua also carefully keep the pink jade letter. It's actually very simple. Fairy Hongxia said bitterly, I once had the same thoughts as Sister Shue. You Shue 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 too? Shue 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 Shues, Shue Shues Shues Shue. I can Shue Shues, I to Shue Shue, to Shue, to Shue. I Shue to Shue to Shue 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 Shue. Fairy Hongxia looked into Xiaohua's eyes. Although those eyes looked so pure under the rising sun, Fairy Hongxia felt that those eyes were so deep that she could not see the bottom. Moreover, in the deepest part of those eyes, there seemed to be a flame. She was like a moth flying into the flame, with a desire to jump in. How is that possible? Xiaohua said in disbelief. Why have I never thought of it? Shue 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 and I are both from cultivation families. My background seems to be lower than Shue Shue's. Fairy Hongxia could not bear to look away and said, but Shue Shue Shue's aptitude seems to be much higher than hers. Since Shue 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 has such a feeling, she will naturally have it too. Xiaohua pondered for a moment and did not answer. Moreover, from what you said, Shue 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 was a woman who dared to love and hate. But now she has become so gentle, accommodating you and listening to you. Isn't it because she changed for you? Fairy Hongxia analyzed. Don't you like it? Actually, Xiaohua hesitated and said with a bitter smile, I would rather Shue Shue be the Shue 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 of the past. Her current appearance makes me feel that it is very fake. I feel that this is not the Shue Shue in my heart. That's right. Fairy Hongxia laughed. This is a contradiction. Shue Shue is willing to sacrifice and change for you. But you feel that this kind of change is not worth it and might as well not change. What about Shue 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 Shue, who has never changed? You feel sick of it and actually in front of others. Laugh at Shue 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 Shue. Damn it, why did it turn back around? Xiaohua did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had really underestimated the ability of female cultivators to dig up old scores. Darling Xiao, do you think we female cultivators have changed for the better? Or is it better not to change? Fairy Hongxia asked Xiao Hua with a smile. Both are good, both are good. Xiao Hua's forehead was covered in sweat. One of you changed, and one of you didn't change. Wouldn't I like both of you? Then wouldn't Xue and I become the same? Wouldn't you be sick of it? Fairy Hongxia did not give up. How? How do I answer this? Xiao Hua was instantly stunned. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Zongbao's voice came from behind them. Junior brother Xiao, do we still fly over like this? Xiao Hua was overjoyed. As expected of senior brother Li, his ability to save people in an emergency was extraordinary. Xiao Hua hurriedly shouted, Of course we have to fly like this. Could it be that this Huan country also has a teleportation array? Hee big brother. Xiao Mao laughed. Senior brother Li is asking if we should take the flowing cloud flying ship. After all, we just broke the Seven Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda array. If we attract the attention of other sword cultivators, wouldn't we be in trouble? Oh, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and sighed. Look at me, I'm so used to being poor that I even forgot about the flowing cloud flying ship that we rented from Chiqiao sect. Quickly, we'll use the flying ship. Xiao Mao, you and senior brotherly control the flying ship. Big brother, take out the secret technique from the Seven Spirit Mountain and have a look. Maybe it can even repair senior brother Li's immortal piercing whip. After saying that, Xiao Hua turned his head and said, Senior brother Li doesn't have a magic treasure. This trip is really troublesome. I'd better hurry and think of a way for him. Seeing that Xiao Hua had successfully avoided her question, Fairy Hongxia laughed in her heart and snorted. Humph, I'll let you off this time. Think carefully for senior brother Li. All right, there's also Xiao Mao's magic treasure. I want to see how you're going to refine a magic treasure that suits him. Oh, right, Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua saw Li Zongbao take out the flowing cloud flying ship and activated his magic power. The flying ship enlarged and steadily stopped in midair and called out again. Oh, what's the matter, big brother? Xiao Mao was puzzled. He pointed at the flying ship and said, It won't be too late to tell me after I activate the flying ship. All right. Xiao Hua nodded his head and pulled Fairy Hongxia onto the flying ship. After the flying ship flew for an incense sticks time, Xiao Mao turned his head and asked, Big brother, what's the matter? Could it be that you want to refine a magic treasure for me? No. Xiao Hua shook his head and asked, Just now, after you fainted in the Seven Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda array, did you feel anything? Actually, Xiao Hua wanted to tell Xiao Mao about the situation just now. However, Xiao Mao interrupted and Xiao Hua changed his mind. Nothing? Xiao Mao asked curiously. I fainted when my eyes turned red. When Big Brother woke me up, I was going to open my eyes. However, after hearing Big Brother's words, and don't mention it in the future, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Then why did you release your divine sense when you just came out of the array? I also felt that it was strange. Xiao Mao's face also revealed a strange expression. I felt refreshed, as if I had been in seclusion for a long time. Moreover, there had been such a situation before. Every time, my divine sense had greatly increased. So I wanted to release my divine sense to take a look. And the result? Xiao Hua was stunned. It has indeed increased by a lot. Xiao Mao did not hide it from Xiao Hua and the others. Just now, I secretly checked it. It has increased by more than 1 li. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and beckoned. Come over here. Xiao Mao obediently came over and Fairy Hongxia replaced Xiao Mao's position. However, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia looked at Xiao Hua with a puzzled expression. Sit here. Xiao Hua pointed his finger in front of him and said in a low voice, just like meditating, If you encounter anything strange, don't resist. Okay. Xiao Mao obediently sat down. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao's calm appearance and hesitated. He was very clear that the green rune between Xiao Mao's eyebrows was very powerful. He could only devour the soul swords one by one. That thing could devour more than 10 soul swords at once. However, Xiao Hua still released a strand of soul from the Law Eye's spirit mark and carefully sent it to the space between Xiao Mao's eyebrows. With a light touch, it sank into his skin. Xiao Hua did not dare to go any deeper. He quietly waited for a moment. Seeing that there was no movement, he carefully sent the soul strand in. Strangely, until Xiao Hua sent the soul strand into the mysterious dark cloud, there was still no abnormality. Xiao Mao, do you feel anything? Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. No. Xiao Mao's eyes moved, but he did not open his eyes and replied in a low voice. Xiao Hua replied in a half-hearted manner. Xiao Hua's soul strand circled around the mysterious dark cloud. He saw that Xiao Mao's dark cloud was very different from his own. The layers of dark cloud were rolling violently, and there was no sound of thunder. Instead, there was a faint dark green color. Xiao Hua had already condensed his gold core. Naturally, he knew that after Dao sect cultivators condensed their gold core, their soul would gradually form Heaven Seal runes. These Heaven Seal runes were innate, and they were meant to protect the cultivator's soul. Otherwise, if a gold core cultivator was to fight against a low-level soul cultivator from Meng Mountain and had his soul crushed by the soul technique, wouldn't that be a joke? Moreover, the soul was the most important and mysterious part of a cultivator. As the cultivator's cultivation base increased, the soul would naturally be protected. After reaching nascent soul, the runes would become denser and more profound. Not to mention, ordinary soul cultivators, even special soul techniques, might not be able to break through them. Chapter 2770. Should I give it a try? Xiao Hua had used his soul thread to enter Jiang Luer's soul, but he didn't dare to rashly probe into the mysterious dark clouds for fear of causing harm to Jiang Luer. But obviously, Xiao Mao's abnormality should be in the mysterious dark clouds, and this was Xiao Mao's secret. Xiao Hua hesitated. Forget it. After thinking about it, Xiao Hua felt that he had no reason to interfere with Xiao Mao's secret, even if he already regarded himself as Xiao Mao's big brother. Immediately, Xiao Hua took back his soul thread without hesitation, opened his eyes, and said, "Okay, big brother, what do you want to say?" Xiao Mao asked curiously. Xiao Hua hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, "It's nothing. I just saw some strange things and I want to find the reason. But everything is just a guess. If there are any clues, I will tell you." Okay. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Xiao Mao naturally wouldn't ask. He just said, "Big brother, you should think about how to refine equipment for me. What kind of magic weapon do you like?" Xiao Hua asked with a smile. This. When it came to it, Xiao Mao hesitated. He thought for a moment and said, "A magic weapon like Senior Li's immortal piercing whip would be the best. You think too highly of Big Brother." Xiao Hua said angrily, "That immortal piercing whip is a famous magic weapon of the Utopia faction. How can Big Brother refine it?" "Big Brother, think about it. I will also think about it," Xiao Mao said with a smile. "Okay, Big Brother, let's see." Xiao Hua nodded and said to Li Zongbao, "Everything depends on Senior Li. I have no sense of direction, so I will meditate first. Up to you." Li Zongbao said lightly and continued to operate the flying boat. So Xiao Hua sat in the corner of the flying boat, and even the position was the same as before. He held the shabby ring in his hand and meditated with his eyes closed. Fairy Hongxia sat for a while and then stood up again. Sometimes she replaced Li Zongbao, sometimes she replaced Xiao Mao. In short, the three of them flew toward the border of the Huan Kingdom, according to the records, in Fairy Hong Xia's jade pendant. In the blink of an eye, dozens of days had passed, and the sky of the Huan Kingdom had changed again. The days gradually grew longer, and the nights grew shorter. Sometimes, it would be daytime for 2 or 3 days in a row. The sun hanging in the sky would not set. On the other hand, the sword cultivators acted like Xiao Hua had threatened them. No one came to harass them, and the flowing cloud-flying ship flew very peacefully. Looking down the airboat, Zhang Tai found the terrain had changed a lot. The ice sheet had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by ice peaks and glaciers. Among the glaciers, there were many glaciers and ice lakes. Many places in these glaciers were not frozen. The azure waters of the lakes and rivers reflected the azure sky, which made Zhang Tai feel that the sky and the earth were the same color. Seeing such a pure scenery, not to mention Fairy Hongxia, even Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao sighed. Xiao Mao even said, "The scenery of the Huan country is so magnificent, it doesn't lose to the 3 cultivation countries. Why can't they just stay here? You even want to be on good terms with the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? Even if you call them the 4 cultivation countries, it's still good. What's the point of starting a sword war for no reason and causing so many people to die?" Sigh. When Fairy Hongxia heard this, she naturally thought of Ji Mingxiu and the others who had died in the Sword Tomb. The greed of humans is limitless. Li Zongbao said indifferently. After getting the Huan country, they still want the Shi country. After getting the Shi country, they naturally won't let go of the Meng country and the Lian country. Naturally, they will start a war. Besides, between sword cultivators and Dao sect, who is orthodox. As the saying goes, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. It's normal for sword cultivators and Dao sect to start a war. Didn't the soul cultivators also start a war with sword cultivators? If the soul cultivators are close to our Dao sect, it will be the same. Also, this place is bitterly cold, and there aren't any large spirit veins. Although the scenery is magnificent, it's impossible to cultivate. It would be strange if sword cultivators don't covet our Dao sect's spirit stones. Fairy Hongxia said, "Damn it, so that's how it is." Just as the 3 of them were discussing, Xiaohua, who had been silent all this while, suddenly jumped up from the flying boat and cursed loudly. "That bullshit Qi Chengyi. I thought he really kept his promise and gave me a secret technique to refine an artifact spirit. In the end, tisk." Fairy Hongxia curled her lips. "That secret technique is the secret of the 7 Spirit Mountain. How can they give it to you so easily? Why don't you use your heels to think about it?" I naturally know this." Xiao Hua smiled. "Furthermore, I was already prepared, but I didn't expect that the thing he gave me would be such trash. Or should I say, it's completely useless. But can it really refine a weapon spirit?" Xiao Mao was still most concerned about this. Of course it can." Xiao Hua snorted. "But unless you don't want to live anymore, just like those 7 Spirit Mountain disciples in the Brahma Pagoda array." When Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao heard this, they immediately understood. It wasn't that Qi Qingyi didn't keep his promise. What he gave Xiao Hua was indeed the method to refine a weapon spirit. However, what he gave Xiao Hua was the weapon cultivator himself, the secret technique to merge the body with the weapon. Only when Xiao Hua merged the weapon into his body and refined himself as the weapon spirit would he be able to succeed. This, Xiao Hua naturally wouldn't do it. In fact, no Dao sect cultivator would dare to do such a thing. What I don't know whether to laugh or cry the most is, Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and smiled. In Qi Qingyi's storage bag, there was actually a weapon cultivation technique. It was improved by the 7 Spirit Mountain and seems to be suitable for Dao sect disciples with a foundation. Could it be that this guy thinks, I will give up my Dao sect cultivation and become a weapon cultivator? A weapon cultivator's lifespan is very long, and its attack power is also very strong. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and smiled. Perhaps some disciples who are unable to break through will consider it. No matter what, I won't consider it. Xiao Hua smiled and said, the lifespan is long, but in the end, even if it becomes a weapon spirit, it will still be a weapon spirit without spiritual intelligence. Even if it uses the secret technique of blood sacrifice, it will still be a sin. At this point, Xiao Hua didn't say anything else. Although what Xiao Hua said was given by Qi Qingyi, most of it was just superficial knowledge in the ring. Just as Qi Qingyi said, The ring was definitely a secret technique to refine a weapon spirit. However, this secret technique was the same as all the mysterious secret techniques on the Dawn Rain continent. It was incomplete. Moreover, the worst thing was that this secret technique only had the second half and not the first half. In other words, the first half was extremely incomplete and only a few scattered words could be seen clearly. This wasn't considered strange. The strangest thing was that the words in the ring were actually words commonly used in Dao sect, and not some green seal script or inscription. Of course, Xiaohua didn't care too much about these strange things. After all, weapon cultivators and sword cultivators were also considered cultivators. Perhaps many of them were converted from Dao sect cultivators who were unable to break through. What he was concerned about was how to refine a weapon spirit. Leaving the secret technique aside, the latter part talked about how to use the blood spirit of the blood sacrifice and one's own blood to cultivate a weapon spirit, allowing the weapon spirit to grow and grow. Xiaohua understood at a glance. Whether it was Fallen Gold Mountain's blood sacrifice or Yu Tong's use of Zhang Yuhe and Yu Qingtian's bodies to refine the yin-yang sword gourd, it seemed that they had all taken this path. Their secret techniques should be the same as this secret technique. Now, Xiaohua has finally obtained the method of blood sacrifice. His technique was even more advanced and complete than Fallen Gold Mountain's. However, could Xiaohua use such a blood sacrifice technique? He wouldn't even mention it to Fairy Hongxia and the rest. Blood sacrifice? Hearing Xiaohua's words, Fairy Hongxia shakes her head and says, "Then let's not talk about the matter of humans eating humans. Don't mention it." Actually, this was the only path for Dao sect cultivators when there was no weapon spirit. Li Zongbao spoke. According to what I know, the weapon spirit should have been cultivated using one's own blood essence. This weapon spirit was like one's own. Even after one's physical body was destroyed, one's soul could still reside in the weapon spirit. But later on, for some unknown reason, this technique was destroyed. Later on, there was a technique that used the soul of a demonic beast as a weapon spirit. The grade of the demonic beast could be used to forge the weapon spirit. But now, even demonic beasts are gone. Cultivators can only use blood sacrifice to nurture the weapon spirit. As for weapon cultivators, it was the same as the earliest method of cultivating weapons. Ouch! Hearing Li Zongbao's words, Xiaohua suddenly hit his forehead and cried out, "Why am I so stupid?" Then, without saying another word, he hurriedly sat down cross-legged and took out the ring. He immersed his spiritual will in it, as if he was carefully comprehending it. Li Zongbao was a little confused. It seemed that this was the legendary, "The speaker has no intention of listening." Xiao Mao and Fairy Hongxia were naturally puzzled as well. Thinking about what Li Zongbao had said, and then thinking about what Xiaohua had said, the two of them were even more confused. However, seeing Xiaohua gradually become happy, the two of them knew that Xiaohua had comprehended something again. Sure enough, in less than an hour, Xiaohua jumped up and stretched out his hand. "Senior Brother Li, congratulations. Why are you so happy?" Li Zongbao asked indifferently. It seemed that other than reviving Kai Zhuoxia, there was nothing else in this world that could move him. "Senior Brother Li, don't you want to restore the fairy whip? Or even turn it into a spiritual weapon?" Xiaohua smiled. "Oh, really?" Li Zongbao could not help but raise his eyebrows. Yes, this was the fairy whip. It had been with Li Zongbao for so many years, but it was destroyed by the spirit-swallowing bugs and the spirit-devouring formation. Li Zongbao was even willing to throw away such a damaged magic weapon. Now that he heard that Xiaohua could restore the fairy whip and even upgrade it into a spiritual weapon, how could he not be tempted? "Well, I have some confidence," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Anyway, your fairy whip has been destroyed. Why don't you let me practice with it?" Chapter 2771. Practice. Practice? Even Li Zongbao, who was as calm as Li Zongbao, who thought he already knew Xiaohua very well, couldn't help but be stunned. He said in surprise, You ain't use my immortal piercing whip to practice? Yes. Can't I? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Previously, I thought Qi Chengyi of the Seven Spirits Mountain had bad intentions, but I didn't expect to hit the mark by a stroke of luck. The tempering secret technique he gave me. Of course, it's not appropriate, and it's even flawed. But I know how to refine equipment, and I also know some secret techniques. When all these secret techniques are combined together, ha ha ha, this fairy piercing whip should have a 70% chance of being repaired and a 10% chance of being upgraded to a spiritual treasure. 70% chance? That's called practice? Li Zongbao was speechless. Oh, of course, Xiao Hua's work must be of the best quality. Only 100% chance, no failure. Xiao Hua said proudly. This 70% chance is only for practice. If it fails, Senior Brotherly, please don't make it public. Xiao Mao was amused and said with a smile, Big brother, have you never failed before? Who said that? No one is a born equipment refining grandmaster. How can there be no failure? Xiao Hua knew what Xiao Mao was asking, so he said, but if you don't say it, Senior Brotherly doesn't say it. Isn't this 100% chance? Ha ha ha. Xiao Mao laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. Well, if there's a 70% chance, that's definitely not small. Li Zongbao was an elite disciple of the Utopia faction. How could he not know how difficult it was to repair this magic treasure? Even the equipment refining grandmaster of the Utopia faction couldn't give him a 70% chance of success. Even if it was only 50%, he could still laugh secretly. He left the fairy-piercing whip as a souvenir, and he wanted to take it back to the Utopia faction to repair it. Now that Xiao Hua said he had a 70% chance of success, how could he not be shocked? After the initial shock, an unparalleled trust rose from his heart. Yes, it seemed that in Li Zongbao's mind, Xiao Hua was really capable of anything except having children, refining elixirs. Thinking of this, he could do anything. Li Zongbao suddenly recalled the elixir given by Fairy Hong Xia in the spirit-devouring Great Array. Needless to say, if not for the miraculous Xiao Hua, who would be able to refine such a miraculous elixir? Thinking of refining elixirs, Li Zongbao, the rejuvenation elixir, was also refined by Xiao Hua. This thought, no matter what, the elixir's rejuvenation elixir was not be compared to an ordinary person. An ordinary person's life's life. A life was a life. Oh. Senior apprentice brother Li is worried. Seeing that Li Zongbao's eyes were somewhat blurred, Xiao Hua was stunned. Of course. Li Zongbao hurriedly retracted his mind, clapped his hand, and took out the immortal piercing whip and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, who claims to have to rely on him for everything except giving birth to children. How can I not believe you? Ha ha! No one thought that Li Zongbao would suddenly say something like this. They were all stunned. After thinking carefully, Xiao Maoxian laughed loudly. While Hong Xia Fairy's face was red, she glared at Xiao Hua, then turned to look into the distance. Alas, Senior Li, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. You can just let me repair your magic weapon. Why do you have to frame me? Do you know that repairing a female cultivator's heart is 100 times harder than repairing a magic weapon? Oh, Li Zongbao was stunned. Who? Just as he was about to explain, Xiao Hua's expression suddenly changed. He stretched out his hand, and the immortal piercing whip flashed and stored it into the space. Then he used the heaven and earth sleeve technique and covered Li Zongbao's body. Buzz! An intense sword cry resounded from Li Zongbao's side. The space fluctuated for a while, and a dazzling yellow light flashed. Then, a 1-foot-long broken golden arrow appeared. That broken arrow only had the arrow tip, the arrow shaft was incomplete, and the arrow feather was missing as well. However, on this broken arrow, thin runes covered it, and it emitted an extremely strange fluctuation. As the fluctuation rippled, a golden light also overflowed on the arrow tip. Ha ha! As expected of a terrifying phoenix, your cultivation is beyond this old man's expectation. A strong sword light flashed from several hundred feet away in the air, and a robust old man wearing a sword robe appeared. This old man was about 50 years old, and his cultivation was at the 3rd grade of illusory sword. His hair was already snow white, his eyebrows were thin, and his eyes were like a tiger's. There was a faint yellow light flashing inside. Following the appearance of this old man, the broken golden arrow in Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve flashed again and disappeared. "Where do you think you're going?" Xiao Hua sneered, and a magic power in his body surged. Just as he was about to store the broken arrow into the space, Xiao Hua suddenly felt that the broken arrow's location was suddenly empty. That thing actually escaped his control and disappeared. Ouch! This was the first thing that escaped from Xiao Hua's heaven and earth sleeve. Xiao Hua was somewhat surprised. "Oomph." The old man's body shone with a golden light, and his face revealed a look of disdain. About 10 feet in front of Xiao Hua, the broken arrow appeared again. An ray of light returned to the old man's hand. "Who are you? What do you want?" Xiao Hua flew out from the flowing cloud-flying ship and coldly stood in the air, saying, "When we met the 7-Spirit Mountain, we already made it clear to them." Facing the 7-Spirit Mountain, this young master only wanted to preserve the face of the sword cultivators and did not use too much strength. From that day onwards, if any sword cultivator dares to harass this young master will definitely let them know how the word regret is written. Arrogant. The old man sneered and turned to look at Fairy Hong Xia and the rest on the flying ship, saying, "This old man is the Flat Mountain Sword Sect Si Kong Yu. This old man originally wanted to ask you about the Divine Sword Secret Manual. Since you yourself admitted that you defeated the weapon cultivators of the 7-Spirit Mountain, then this old man will not say anything more. As long as you give the Divine Sword Secret Manual to this old man will return and will not disturb your travels." "What? The Divine Sword Secret Manual? What's that?" Xiao Hua was stunned. Of course you won't admit it." Si Kong Yu stretched out his hand, and the golden broken arrow flashed again. He said coldly, "The Divine Sword Secret Manual is a sacred item of the Sword Realm, and has been lost in the Sword Realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that it has reappeared in the Sword Realm, it was actually obtained by a weapon cultivator. The funny thing is that he didn't know, and it was even snatched away by a Dao sect cultivator. What use do you have for this item? Why risk your lives for it?" Ha ha ha. This young master understands. Xiao Hua could not help but laugh when he heard this. This Qi Qingyi is truly sinister. Yes, now that he thought about it. When Qi Qingyi carelessly threw the storage bag to Xiao Hua that day, it was not carelessness, but pure preparation. Later on, he even used a Dharma weapon to exchange for the storage bag, and even sincerely told Xiao Hua that there was something extremely important in the storage bag. It seemed that Qi Qingyi had premeditated all of this. However, Xiao Hua could not say anything. After all, Qi Qingyi had already said that there was something extremely important in the storage bag, and he wanted Xiao Hua to return it. Xiao Hua only thought that the important item belonged to the white bone, and did not care at all. He had already made it clear that even if Xiao Hua returned to find Qi Qingyi, he would not be in the wrong. Moreover, Qi Qingyi and the 7-Spirit Mountains might turn around and ask Xiao Hua for the non-existent Divine Sword Secret Manual. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was really happy. Judging a person, one could not judge by their appearance or even their words and actions. One could only look at their heart. "Are you taking it or not?" Si Kong Yu said coldly. "Don't think that you are invincible in the Sword Realm just because you killed Qin Jian. Back then, Qin Jian was defeated by me." So that's how it is," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "I reckon that there are many swordsmen in the Huan Kingdom who know that this young master has the Divine Sword Secret Manual. It's a pity that they don't dare to come, because they know that they can't defeat Qin Jian. Only someone like you who is not afraid of death, and who defeated Qin Jian before, dares to come and join in the fun." Ha ha! Si Kong Yu laughed very happily, and the brilliance on the broken arrow flashed rapidly. My sword realm has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. How could a Dao cultivator like you know? To be honest, the swordsmen who went to the sword catacomb to fight are nothing in my sword realm. This old man doesn't care about that Lu Ruochang at all. I heard that under this girl's leadership, your Dao sect cultivators were defeated. This old man is ashamed of your Dao sect. A group of men were defeated by a female swordsman. Black Phoenix sword sect? Lu Ruochang is unknown in the Huan kingdom. Xiao Hua said with a smile. It seems that your Flat Mountain sword sect is the unknown one. As if Xiao Hua had poked a soft spot, Si Kongyu sneered. My sword realm has never looked down on one's background. Even if this old man doesn't have a sect, as long as I can defeat Lu Ruochang, this old man can still be famous in the sword realm. Then he looked at Xiao Hua and said, when this old man obtains the Divine Sword's secret manual, this old man might be able to cultivate the Divine Sword. What does that bullshit Black Phoenix sword sect count for? But what if you can't obtain the Divine Sword's secret manual? Xiao Hua tilted his head and said with a smile. Then go to hell. Si Kongyu said fiercely, and then he attacked with both hands. Although there was no bow in his hands, and the broken golden arrow had disappeared, an extremely sharp feeling still came from between Xiao Hua's eyebrows, as if a sword chi had already pierced his skin. Hiss, this sword cultivator is strange. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. At this moment, the golden sword light around Si Kongyu's body flashed, and rapidly gathered in his right hand that was previously holding the broken arrow. Xiao Hua didn't dare to be careless. He clapped his hand, and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, a green brilliance flashed on the surface of the mirror, and a pillar of light rushed out. It turned into hundreds and thousands of green trees and smashed towards Si Kongyu. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.